All right, welcome to the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Washington Unified School District, May 13th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Let's open session with a roll call vote. Trustee Barnes,
Present.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
who's present. I too am present. Vice President Wong
Present.
and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
All right. We are all here. Announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent. E3, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, CSEA, WSTA, and Management. E4, Public Employment, Government Code Section 54957B1, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Mario, do you have anybody on for public comment? No public comment at this time. And with that, without objection, we will go into closed session.
Hey, this is Daniel, CSCA. Just letting you know I'm on here.
Hello, I was wondering if I could leave a public comment for N1. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I was wondering if I could leave a public comment for N1. Hello, can you hear me? If you can hear me, my name is Ruth, and I'd like to leave a public comment for N1.
Hi, Ruth, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know what was going on with the connection. I apologize, Ruth. What I can do, our
Oh,
board
hi,
is still
Mario.
close.
No problem.
Yeah, I can add you to the list of commenters once we get to public comments. We will call you once we're taking public comments, if that's okay.
Okay, that's great. And can it be specific on the N1 item, the mom's demand action?
Absolutely. What I'll do is I'll let our board president know that there is a public comment on item N1, and we will call you
Thank
once
you.
we are taking them. Thank you so much.
Sir,
Thank
this
you,
is
Mario. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Mario. This is Mrs. Clark. I'm just on hold.
Hi, Mrs. Clark. Yes, I saw you joined. The board is still in closed session. They should reconvene by about 7 o'clock. So
Okay.
we'll call you once we get to the section there if you want to keep waiting.
Yeah, just keep. Did they see my nappy hair?
No, your camera is off, Mrs. Clark, so we should be good.
But okay, thank you.
Not a
Okay,
problem.
I'll just minimize this on my screen.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, last four digits of 8684. Can I help you?
Yeah, Mario, this is Daniel. I'm just CSEA, just letting you know I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, your hand was raised. I need to lower it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Hold on.
I see. Hi, Nakiba, can I help you? Hi, Nakiba, you're unmuted, or we need you to unmute, please. I see your hand is raised.
Thank you for that. Yes, I wanted to talk about a couple of different issues. I wanted to speak to couple of different things tonight.
Yes, we did receive your request for public comment. So once we are on that part of the agenda, we'll be sure to touch base once it's your turn.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Hang on a second, folks. We are getting ready and all situated to resume. All right, testing. Can everybody hear me? Good. All right. Okay, we're about to reconvene the regularly scheduled board meeting for May 13th of the Washington Unified School District. We'll do roll call vote, or roll call. Trustee
Present.
Barnes,
Present.
Clerk Venegas.
Present.
I too am present. Vice President Wong.
Here.
And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Didn't catch it, but I heard you. Not in my earpiece.
Present.
You're still muted.
Still muted? It shows I'm unmuted.
Okay, try it again.
Present. You can't
No.
hear me?
Mm-mm.
I can hear you from somebody else's mic.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I can leave and come back.
No, you're good. Okay.
Move on.
Okay, we shall go on to Pledge of Allegiance, and we will have Norma Gonzalez lead us in Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance
to the flag
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right. Announcement of items.
Announcement of action taken in closed session.
Announcement of action taken in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Information received and direction given. E2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent. Information received, discussion had, and direction given. Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. WSTA, CSEA Management. Information received. And then E4, Public Employment, Government Code Section 54957B1, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, information received. We are now moving on to I, the approval of the agenda. Does anybody wish to move something off of the agenda? Or,
President Pizzotti, can you hear me? Okay, good. I would like to move
Yeah.
P10 to action just for a few questions.
And I would like to wonder whether or not we can
Thank you.
move Q1
Q1
up higher. So that's the associate superintendent. Can we move that up?
yes, yes, yes. To
Before
where would you like to
information?
move it?
before information.
Okay. So after celebrations and before, okay. So before N. Q1.
Q1.
That's a good call, yeah. Okay. Great. Is there any other changes to the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Motion by trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by trustee Barnes. All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Vice President Wong?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The agenda is approved. Okay, moving on to J1, communications celebration. Recognizing Bridgeway Island student Lena Muntink, storytelling workshop presentation at the Yes Summit. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti.
Yes, this is wonderful time to celebrate a great accomplishment of one of our fabulous Washington Unified students. So Lena is now on camera joining us, as well as her principal, Dr. Bafico. And so we want to take this time to let you know a little bit about Lena's accomplishment. So in April on the 24th, students from around Yolo County gathered virtually for a morning session dedicated to civic engagement at the 4th Annual Youth Empowerment Summit, or otherwise known as YES. The purpose of YES is to empower and encourage youth to say yes to leadership roles and civic engagement in their local communities. The summit educates youth about local government, the election process, and encourages civic engagement among local youth. The Youth Empowerment Summit was held virtually as it was in 2020, but nonetheless, it was a complete success. The youth in attendance were able to hear from our keynote speaker, California's Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley N. Weber, who shared some powerful words to motivate and engage the students. Yolo County Superintendent Garth Lewis gave an overview of local government, and then students were able to engage with and speak directly to more than 20 elected officials, ranging from school board members, city council members, and various county officials, about community issues that matter most to them, the impacts of COVID-19, and next steps on an engagement plan. This year, the Elections Office and Youth Empowerment Summit partners worked with ESRI, a geographic information system, to invite youth in our communities to showcase a need in Yolo County by using ESRI's ArcGIS story maps. This year's storytelling workshop winner was Lena. She showcased the need for cooling parks in Yolo County, and we have attached her project to our agenda so that everyone can see what Lena wrote. And we want to take tonight to recognize and appreciate Lena, who gave a wonderful presentation, and we celebrate her hard work. So let's give a wonderful virtual shout out to Lena. Congratulations, and want to make sure, we're leaving some space. If Lena, you want to say something, or Dr. Bafico, if you want to say something about your wonderful student.
I absolutely want to say something about Lena. So good evening, everyone. I had the privilege of meeting Lena 2 years ago during my first year at Bridgeway Island. And I have to tell you, I can still see her sitting in my office when we were having a conversation. And I knew at that moment that she was going to be a Bridgeway Island future leader. And so we encouraged Lena to join our girls of the Bridgeway Island Lunch Bunch, which is a girls empowerment group. They came together weekly to celebrate and support the other girls in the school and the women in the community. And so again, I knew how special she was, but it wasn't until Miss Piccinino, her teacher, shared her project with me that I said, the sky's the limit for Lena. She is truly someone who understands the importance of being an advocate for other children in her community. And I'm so excited, Lena, to see what your future holds. I know that you are going to be a complete success. And Lena, when I say a success, I don't mean that you're going to be a success because you make a lot of money in life, but because you're going to make a difference in the lives of others. So I'm so proud of you, honey. And I'm hoping that you're going to say a few words.
So yeah, definitely. I definitely want to thank my teachers, Mrs. Piccinino and Mrs. Crispin, for teaching me so many new skills in this year, and for teaching me all of the new ways to operate virtually, and I definitely learned how to operate more on the computer. And without them, I don't think I would have been able to create my project.
Well, thank you, Lena. We hope that everyone takes a look about your ideas focused on cooling parks, talking about Sacramento is a very warm place. And there are only 2 public parks with spray equipment to cool off in the summer. And that is so true. So her idea is that's a problem. And that's what we want to teach our students, of ways that we can create opportunities to be outside, and recognize, though, that if we're outside, we're really hot. So what's another way? How can we cool this off? So thank you for your advocacy for the environment and for us as we're out there. And we are so happy to take this time to celebrate you this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. It's a pleasure to read your project, and you did a great job, and you should be very proud. And thank you to your teachers and Dr. Bafico for bringing this forward to us, as well as Trustee Kirby Gonzalez for making sure we were able to recognize you properly, and just an incredible project. So thank you so much. All right, J2, spotlighting the 6th Annual African American Student Leadership Conference. Frida Clark, School Counselor, River City High School.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, great.
We can, go ahead, Frida.
All right, so I'm Frida Clark, and I'm one of the counselors at River City High School, and this will be the 6th Annual Yolo County African American Leadership Conference. And it is going to be virtual. It is next Wednesday. And so if any of you like to join, you would need to go to the River City High School website, and right on the face page of the home page, if you just scroll down just a bit and look over to the right, you won't miss it. It'll say African American Leadership Conference registration. And once you click on it, you will see this right here. This is a website that the Yolo County Office of Ed created. And so it is on our website. If you go back up to the top of it, please. And you can click in the middle where it's green, registration today, or you could go up to the top. You can see it up there for registration. If you could go over to the far right and look at the conference committee, click on that so people can see Kenya is with the Yolo County Office Ed. And then there's me. I prefer you to look at that picture than look at the way I look right now. It was a rough day at work. And there might be someone else down at the bottom. Yes, this is our whole team. And we've been getting together pretty much once a week up until about 2 weeks ago. And now we've been meeting like twice a week because it gets real intense. So then if you kind of click on the schedule up there and kind of scroll down, it starts at 8:30. And Kenya from Yolo County Ed will kind of start off. Then we'll have the person from Chico come on and speak. And then we actually have our first celebrity ever. A lot of the kids don't know Yo-Yo, but a lot of parents and aunts and uncles, and maybe you guys remember Yo-Yo back in the day. She's a good, clean rapper from the inner city of LA. She's getting close to 50, but she has so much energy, you would think she's in her late 20s, early 30s. So that is gonna be awesome. Then we're gonna have a little transition break, and then the sessions will start. Kings and Queens. Kings will be for the males, and they'll be in a group, and then the Queens will be the females, and they'll be in a group doing all different type of enrichment programs, awareness, networking, all kinds of things. And then as you go down to the third session, you'll have an opportunity We have never had any historical Black colleges that I know of, and I've been at River City almost a little over 20 years, come to River City. So we have actually coming on, the last I heard was anywhere between 6 to 8 historical Black colleges. They do give out scholarship money. They might give out a full ride. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be big and powerful. So that's really awesome for West Sacramento. Also, the organization that is coming, that is bringing the historical Black colleges to us, she also does a Latino College Expo, just like she does the Black College Expo. And so I'm kind of working with this lady, Dr. Price, and see if we can get that in West Sac, Yolo County for next year, okay? And then it just kind of goes on and on with different things. If you want to look at the sessions, these are the people that will be presenting. So you can, when you click to register, you'll be able to read a profile on all of these people. So I have to do a lot of groundwork to get all these students to come. We started about a month ago. Every single counselor emailed all of their students that were tagged on the different demographics as African American or Black under the ethnicity and also the race. We put it in the bulletin, the school bulletin, all the social media that you could kind of think of, because it's open to all students. We like anybody and everybody who would like to attend. And so we did that. We did emails. Like I said, we put it on the website. Mrs. Jessica Rogers put it on Facebook, and just word of mouth. And so I had to call 166 kids that were tagged that, and I'm exhausted and I'm not finished. I think I got about 44 more to call. And so far we have a total of 89 students signed up, because this is not just for River City High School, it's for all the high school kids, 9th through 12th only, in all of Yolo County. So Maxwell, Woodland, all those schools are welcome to come. But out of the 89 students, there's no adults in this number, 52 are from River City High School, and I'm still calling. This past week, I call it hitting the ground. Mr. Moisage is, he might remember, I go out like on the quad to the bus stop. I'll go early in the morning. I'll go after school, get in the carpool, kind of talk to people from all races, not just African-American kids, to try to get people joined on. And I do notice that there are some other races that have signed up, not just African-American kids. And so I did a lot of that. I also, when I call the students and the parents, I ask them to each one reach one, ask their student to reach out to someone that's a different race. I kind of push that as well, because we want a mixed crowd. We want everybody to be a part of it. And so I try to get kids to kind of help me out. A lot of teachers help me out. Some of them give extra credit. They can get community service if they attend. So it's looking pretty good. I'm feeling real good about it. And we have a very nice gift box. I don't know, I sent the picture. I don't know if you're able to pull it up for us, but each student that registers will get a very nice gift box. And I was able to see the gift box. It has a cup in it, and inside the plastic cup, there's all these goodies inside. They get a very nice t-shirt, and they get something else with it. I can't remember what else it was. I really pressed Yolo County Office of Ed when we saw the t-shirt. I said, Washington Unified School District needs to be on that t-shirt, because we give a lot of funding, more than any other district in Yolo County. And that's huge, because it costs a lot of money to put this together. And so our logo is on that t-shirt. So that's exciting. I do know a few things about the conference. They are going to raffle off a couple of iPads, I believe. There will be scholarship money given out, and there might be some full ride offers, maybe. I don't know. They kind of keep that away from me. I do know Dr. Price. She's with the National Resource College Foundation. A lot of people know of this organization called UCAN. It's a man that travels around mostly California, and he does these Black college tours. Well, Dr. Price, she does it all over the United States. When it wasn't virtual, she would do the Black College Expo every year at Sac State. So this is the first year that we haven't done it at Sac State. And 3 years in a row, when Mr. Moisage was the principal, he paid for the bus for me to get kids over there on the weekends. And if you stayed till the bitter end of the Black College Expo, it ended about 5, she'd always have a celebrity that come out and you wouldn't know about it. And so what she also does, she would throw money out into the audience, $20, $10, $5, like a whole bunch of it, in addition to giving them scholarship money. And so I don't know what she might do with this virtual conference, but it's a great thing. Dr. Hildreth, I really appreciate the funding that you gave. I was just terrified because the committee always makes me the bad person. I always have to go ask for the money. And you were new, so I didn't know how you would respond. So our whole committee really appreciates you. I just love Mrs. Billingsley as well. She allows me to be myself. She's really big on pick up the phone and call. And so that just opened the door for me to call all the students. And I really appreciate her allowing me to do that because I stay late at school to get these calls done. Last night I stayed till about 7 because I get a better chance of the families answering the phones when they see River City High School on their caller ID versus a block number from home. So I do appreciate Mrs. Billingsley, kind of allowing me to kind of stay late. I thought I was being sneaky about it, but I guess she noticed. So that's real cool. So if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask. I'm real excited. I have more calling to do through the weekend. We'll probably close it out probably Sunday. Our goal is to get to 150. And if we get to that goal, that will be the most we've ever had. We generally get very close to 100 or just a little over 100. So if we can get to 150, that will be great. I still have calling to do, like I said. And that's about it. If you have any questions. Oh, I can't hear anybody.
Great, Frida. We really appreciate that presentation. Oh, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you guys.
Anyone? Okay, good. I was saying thank you, Frida, for that presentation. That's very encouraging to hear that you get to stay late. So thank you so much for that. Is there any questions from the board? Anyone? Seeing and hearing?
No, just a comment. Thank you, Frida, for kind of your dedication over the years. I know that I've talked to alumni and they just are so appreciative of your engagement, and you champion us every single year for them. And so just, thank you for staying late. And it sounds like it's it's hard work. So really thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to add, if you just want to see Yo-Yo, she comes on first. She's one of the first people. I know it's a work day. You don't have to stay the whole time, but maybe you can get a t-shirt if you sign on. So I just want to thank everybody. I left something hugely important out. Mrs. Price is a very quiet counselor at River City High School. She does a lot of things behind the scenes, and she is absolutely phenomenal with the computer. Like, she creates spreadsheets. She helps out intensely with the master scheduling at River City High School. So she actually made it super easy for me. She did a spreadsheet with all the students' names, their cell number, their parents' cell number, the student's email, and the parent email. So I did it all those ways, and I could not have done it without I asked her to come to this board meeting, but she doesn't like fuzzy stuff like hugs and tell her that I love you. Like, she doesn't like any of that stuff. But let me tell you, she's a huge asset when it comes to technology in our district. I always tease her. I say, Karen, you're gonna leave this one day for the Silicon Valley. That's how valuable she is to us. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Frida. And we really appreciate all your effort and all your time that you're putting into this. That's such a great thing to see, and we can't thank you enough. Moving on now to K. K1, Student Association Report, or Student Board Member Report, Madison Lampy from Washington Middle College High School.
Good evening, President Pizzotti and board. This is Principal O'Neill. Unfortunately, Madison was on the call for a minute, but she had her
sound like Madison.
She had her second shot today and isn't going to be able to read the slides for us. So I'd love to have Karen do it if she's still on, because it'll be much more entertaining. But I'll go through if you guys want me to.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
All right, Bridgeway Island. There's a presentation that goes with this. Hopefully it'll come up here in a second. Bridgeway Island, 6th and 7th grade participated in Sly Park's virtual program this year. From take-home cookie kits to outside virtual lessons, a great time was had by all. They're also participating in the out-of-the-box food drive this week. Thank you to Mrs. Vanderheide and Mr. Schloniger for providing our students and community with this wonderful service opportunity. Ms. Pagano-Tern, our amazing outreach specialist, has organized a social emotional guest reader program. Students are loving the stories and the discussions about mindfulness, perseverance, generosity, and more. At Elkhorn, we would like to congratulate Mr. Chris Dickey. Whoops, I'm going to zoom in here, sorry. For being named ABC News 10 Teacher of the Month. We appreciate all Mr. Dickey does for his students at our school. Way to go. Elkhorn Village recently hosted its monthly Coffee with the Principal, as well as their dual immersion program working group, their parent working group. There were lots of positive feedback and great conversations. They appreciate all the participants for making their school a great place to be. Riverbank's got some images up there. At the top left, Ms. Rodriguez on the morning announcements, getting everyone ready for iReady assessments. The bottom left, Teacher Appreciation Week luncheon on Friday and yard sign celebrating teachers. Riverbank teachers enjoyed breakfast on Monday, a treat card on Tuesday, and donuts and coffee on Thursday as well. In the center, Ms. Rodriguez gets slimed in the Kids Heart Challenge Assembly. The 6 top prize winners all go to take turns sliming her with edible slime. Yum. Student hanging out with Mr. Avalar there in the bottom center. Top right, Riverbank is hosting all 6-8 schools for their outdoor volleyball season. In the bottom right, Riverbank has purchased over 3,060 books for the library this year to update our nonfiction section and enrich classroom curricular topics. Culturally diverse fiction books were also purchased that were written by or feature Hispanic, Latino, Middle Eastern, Southeast Asian, and African American people. Over 500 surplus books were given away to students to read at home. Opportunity Academy. The Opportunity Academy is wrapping up its first year and the students are working hard. The class is in the process of taking the iReady assessment and is enjoying the time they're spending working the Greenlight Go Outside program. River City. Oh, River City slide is gonna make me need glasses. Hang on here. RCHS is gearing up for Senior Day on June 2nd and graduation on June 4th. We are proud of the resilience, perseverance, and the ways the class of 2021 continues to rise. In athletics, thank you to WSD nurses and medical assistants for conducting Brynex now testing for their indoor sports. Because of this support, Raiders have been able to compete. For VAPA, in-person concerts have resumed. The Sea Monkeys perform May 25th, Orchestra May 26th, and band performs on May 27th. Also, the thespian induction ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. Let the entertainment begin. CTE teachers and community partners came together to share the amazing work of each pathway. It was incredible. Despite the challenges of distance learning, students continued to learn and thrive within the pathways because of the talented teachers and support of the community. They're just 1 week away from AP testing. Staff and students have worked incredibly hard to prepare for these rigorous exams, and they're ready to shine. Huge shout out to all the RCHS classified staff. As we entered Classified Staff Employee Week, it's only fitting to say that schools work and students learn because of our classified employees. Thank you. Southport. Southport held their coffee with the principal earlier this week. Thank you to everyone who participated. 8th grade yard signs and promotion tickets pickup is May 12th and May 19th from 11 to 2:30. 8th grade promotion is June 2nd at 9 a.m. in the school quad. Next week is Spirit Week. Stonegate Elementary. Stonegate would like to celebrate their students and staff for all of their collaboration and work with AVID this school year. Here's a few AVID strategies worked on this year. Their focused note-taking, marking the text, Socratic seminars, inquiry, and higher level questioning. Stonegate offers both AVID Elementary and AVID Middle. For kinder to 5th, they use AVID Elementary. All 6th graders take AVID for 1 semester. 7th and 8th graders have the opportunity to take AVID as a core class daily. Washington Adult School, congratulations to adult education students Maria Solario, Sherry Vang, and Susanna Frazier for receiving their high school diplomas. The ELL program successfully partnered with the West Sacramento Library to coordinate 2 in-person tours of the library, where students, accompanied by ELL teachers, learned about the library, including getting library cards issued on the spot. This was part of the ELL program's current ELL Civics unit on community resources. Washington Middle College High School. We've just completed our first round of SBAC testing and have hit 95% participation. Plans are in place to have 100% of our students tested by the end of the school year. We're excited that this is our first year with enough students for our proficiency levels to go public. WMCHS extended learning options are posted on our website, including our brand new College Bridge program to help this year's graduates navigate the path from high school diploma to college doorstep. On Monday, May 17th, Washington Middle College High School will host a free vaccination clinic for students from 2 to 3:30 and the public from 3:30 to 5. We're excited to start that. I know there are going to be a couple more clinics at River City and a couple other sites. Principal O'Neill, I heard he's a pretty cool guy, will be giving an update on Washington Middle College High School as part of a presentation with the County College and Career Readiness Department to the Yolo County School Boards Association on May 24th. This year's graduation ceremony will be held Tuesday, May 25th at 5 p.m. at the barn. Congratulations, seniors. Westfield Elementary. Dr. Janae Brown-Wood provided a fabulous virtual parent workshop on fostering literacy in the home. First grade scholars learned the life cycle of the butterfly and were able to observe the process in real life. And thanks to MOT and Yolo County Farm to Fork, we have broken ground on our very own garden. We're looking forward to planting seedlings soon. Westmore Oaks hosted a parent night with special guest Superintendent Dr. Hildreth. We shared information about our new site and gave away books to the students. The 3rd graders created watercolor self-portraits that you can see there. Yolo High School. Seniors are working hard to get ready for graduation on Tuesday, June 1st. Students with individual education plans have started their workability jobs at Fitness Systems and with the Yolo High School Custodial Department. Yolo High School staff will be hosting educational consultant Kelvin Oliver next week to focus on restorative practices, and Credit Recovery Summer School begins Monday, June 7th through Friday, June 25th. That's it, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal O'Neill. We appreciate your presentation and standing in for Madison. Moving on to K2 CSEA report. Is there anyone here from CSEA?
Yeah,
Hey,
can you
there
hear
he
me?
is. We got you, Daniel. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. I'd like to start off by thanking Assistant Superintendent Norma Gonzalez for her service at Washington Unified School District. CSVA Classified and myself will miss you. We made great strides with you over the last couple of years. And I just want to wish you the best, and I want to thank you. With that being said, I look forward to meeting the new Assistant Superintendent of HR and getting to work on things. Negotiation update. So our agreements are currently being signed so we can start the 610 process, and hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have that ratified and back to the district. And again, I know it was said at the last meeting, but I wasn't able to attend. I want to thank both parties. I want to thank the district's negotiating team, and I want to thank CSEA's negotiating team for, as we all know, how negotiations go. They're long, they're drawn out, they're time consuming, and they're mentally exhausting. So I just want to thank both sides. Reclassification. Currently, we have 3 positions that are in the reclassification process, and currently we're waiting on the district's response for those job descriptions. And I bring that up because this is a point I want to make. When the district gives their proposal, and specifically on salary, I just want them to take in the same consideration that administration and management get when they receive compensation for additional duties that they are taking on. So again, I'll wait for the district's response, and you'll probably get another update from me in 2 weeks. Also, I would like to thank Stephanie Groh and Stan Moisich for meeting with myself and Classified numerous times over AB 86 to discuss, one, what it is, and the district's plan, and also getting Classified's feedback. So I want to thank both of them as well. And then the last thing, I would like to congratulate WSTA on their tentative agreement in negotiations, and also acknowledge WSTA for last week's Teacher Appreciation Week. We know the hard work that it goes into educating our students. And even in this pandemic, you know, a lot of people might think it got easier, but it actually got about 99% harder, right? And as a parent of 2 children in the district, I know firsthand the hard work that the teachers spend countless hours. Again, I've said it before. I've had conversations with teachers, emails with teachers, long after their normal working hours on weekends. So I just want to thank them for their Teacher Appreciation Week, and acknowledge them. And with that said, you guys have a good evening.
Thank you very much, and I just want to thank you for your comments about the negotiations and recognizing both teams. I think that's very classy of you. So thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to Doug Knepp for the WSTA report, K3.
Thank you, and good evening. Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, Board and Trustees. I'm pleased to talk to you tonight. My comments are going to be somewhat extemporaneous. I had planned to sit down and write one of my long-winded comments, and I wasn't feeling too good, so I'm just kind of go off of notes, but I do have some things to say tonight. First of all, I wanted to celebrate our tentative agreement on compensation and health and benefits with WUSD. It's been a lot of work, I know, for my bargaining team and for WUSD's bargaining team, a lot of hours spent. But I can honestly say that the spirit of the conversation was always healthy. The dialogue across the table was always congenial, as it has been under Norma. So I will get to that a little bit later. And the dedication on both teams was just extraordinary. And so I just wanted to thank both bargaining teams, both WSTA's and WSUSD's bargaining team, because, you know, we bargain all the time. This is something we do every year, but we don't do it the way we did this year. We don't sit at the table day in, day out, all year long, on and on. And so I, you know, the fact that everybody's still standing at the end of this year, nobody left, everybody's there. I just think it's a testament to the character of individuals in this district, both on the administrative side and on the certificated and classified side for that matter. So thank you to both of those. I want to take a second to thank our teachers for their outstanding work this year and celebrate Day of the Teacher. I think Daniel said it really well. There's some perception out there that somehow, by some folks, somehow this year might have been easier for folks, and teachers may have enjoyed getting to teach from home. I can tell you that that is absolutely not the case, but teachers absolutely rose to the occasion. It was extremely challenging. And I think one of the things I like to remind folks is that, you know, we all have professional integrity and pride. And something that was interesting to watch this year is teachers who've been teaching for 20, 30 years, they had to be first-year teachers again. They had to learn what they were doing. And that was extremely difficult for folks, because we love our students and we want to be good at it. And honestly, at times we were learning how to be good again. And I just thank the community and the board and everybody for the patience to let teachers do that. And I just want to celebrate teachers. But I also want to celebrate, this is Classified's Appreciation Week. And I can't even tell you how important Classified has been to our district this year. They are the foundation of the building, the backbone of the body. They kept things running. When we thought everything was going to shut down, they were there day one when nobody else was. And they took risks to do so, and they did so knowingly. I just want to let Daniel and the rest of CSEA know that we recognize that, we know it. And although we've all been fighting our own little battles this year, trying to get through the crisis, it didn't go unnoticed, and our relationship will be forever enhanced by the amazing work that you have done on behalf of teachers and students and our district. So thank you very much, Daniel, and CSEA in general. This next one is a little bit, you know, I've been watching the news a lot lately, and I'm sure you have too. And there's been a lot of talk about race in education in schools. And there's been a lot of, you know, nice sound bites and a lot of political posturing on race in education in schools. Unfortunately, there's school boards that are being attacked. There's school boards that are having elections to replace members of school boards who support an honest dialogue on race, and especially on race history. And one of the things that I just celebrate about this school board, I have never seen another school board that cares more about equity and cares more about justice than this school board, to the point where you've received just an enormous amount of professional development and training on it. So my suggestion tonight is that we start a dialogue, and this is just the beginning, but I would love to work with the school board, and I'm hoping the school board would love to work with us on creating some language in a resolution to support the right of teachers to teach accurately and effectively on race and race history. because, you know, we've kind of got a regressionary standard going across the country, and a lot of schools are being told they cannot teach race in an accurate way. And I think it's really important that we are accurate about race and history. I think it's really important that we understand that human beings have been flawed from the beginning. Even great human beings have been flawed as we are now. And in order to continue to form a more perfect union in this country, we have to have an honest dialogue about race and grow from those experiences. And that means full, honest dialogue. So I'm hoping we can work together to create some sort of resolution to support honest dialogue and race, and send a message to any school boards to come in the future that this is a priority for our district. And then almost the last thing, two things. Virtual paint night. I'm so excited. The school district joined with us in promoting this. WSTA gives out 2 scholarships currently a year for students going on to higher education. Not only would we like to increase the number of scholarships we give out, but we would like to increase the amount we give. And so we're trying to build up our scholarship fund. And this year, Erica Powers, one of our very own VAPA teachers, is hosting a paint night on May 20th from 5 to 6 for a Spanish language version, which will be translated by Stacy Tran of WUSD, and from 6:10 to 7:10 for an English version. And she's going to be guiding people through watercolors. It's $15 per person. It's open to everybody in the public. And we're hoping to raise a lot of money for scholarships. We're inviting the school board, anybody who wants to come to the fun night to paint a beautiful picture and hopefully support higher education for our students. And the very last thing, I know even when I say I'm not going to be long-winded, I'm always long-winded. The very last thing is I want to take a second to talk about Norma Gonzalez. I've been working in this district for many years, and I've been in leadership for many years. I can't say enough about Miss Gonzalez. I have to honestly say that this is the first time when an HR person is leaving, I consider myself a friend of that person, not just a business associate. And I wish her the best. I really wish she could stay, but I wish her the best. And I wanted to make sure everybody knows that although when times, get kind of crunchy and things are tight across the table, Norma ran the ship smoothly, and she was respectful always, and she was warm and caring. And she was also an absolutely fabulous human resources director, a great business person, and an incredible professional. So thank you so much, Norma, for everything you've done. I hope you stay in touch. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you, board.
Thank you very much, Doug. I just wanted to say thank you for your comments about both teams and the bargaining. Seems like it has gone on all year, which virtually it has. Additionally, I would really like to say both Daniel and Doug for recognizing each other's roles and their organization's roles, and how difficult both organizations' jobs have been, both classified and teachers. This year. I mean, the classified staff have been here since we, closed, which we actually never did because of them. They were there with us, and giving out lunches during the closures, and the teachers had to really adapt and change since that very time, and it was not easy. So I really wanted to thank both of you for recognizing each other. I thought that was very classy. Moving on now to L, public comments. Do we have any public comments, Yorgos?
Yes, we do. We have several public comments this evening. Do you want me to go down the list, or would you like to read the disclaimer first?
Let me read the disclaimer first. Okay. Members of the public may address the board on topics of our board agenda, in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although board by law may not take action at this meeting. The board limit total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for the particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. Be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. All right. Who do we have first, Jorgos?
Okay, our first request for public comment is from, and excuse me if I'm mispronouncing this, it's Tejinder Gag. Tejinder, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Tejinder Gag, and I would like to speak about the resolution from the WSTA. So growing up, whenever I would walk into a classroom, I'd always take a look around and try to find the people that look like me. Many times, if not all the time in grammar school and college, I couldn't find anyone. None of my teachers ever looked like me or ever understood my culture, religious holidays, clothes, or food. I was alone and misunderstood by my teachers and my peers. I never understood why I was never taught about India or Sikhism in school. I learned a bunch of dates and places about everyone else's history, but there were no connections made to my own history. If it wasn't for an Asian history class I took in college, I would have never found my passion for history or discovered where I come from. When I became a social science teacher, part of my teaching philosophy was creating a safe space for students to learn the truth about history, to make sure all students are represented in my teaching, and to allow students to express themselves, even if the topic was painful or if they disagreed. 2016 was my first year at River City, and I was ecstatic to participate in graduation. Not only was I going to read names at graduation that night at River Cat Stadium in front of hundreds of families, I was going to be the first person presenting the top 20 students from that graduating class. I felt honored. I wanted to represent my culture and my ancestors and decided to wear a traditional Punjabi suit. I felt like a queen walking with my colleagues to the gate. Security opened the gate and my colleagues walked in. However, I was stopped and asked for identification. At that time, I only had my driver's license. Security told me I was not allowed in because they didn't believe I was a teacher at River City. My colleagues in front of me weren't asked to provide any identification, and I wondered, why was I? The guard called other guards, and soon 3 guards were telling me I wasn't allowed in. Meanwhile, my colleagues were vouching for me, but security refused, as if I didn't belong on the other side of the gate. I went from feeling like a queen to that misunderstood brown girl that didn't belong. Not until an administrator came was I allowed in. I felt embarrassed and ashamed at that moment, thinking to myself, would I have been treated differently if I wasn't wearing cultural clothing? If I wasn't wearing my turban, would this have happened? This experience reminded me of why it is important to teach diversity in social sciences. A story will always have a variety of perspectives. Whoever gets to write and share the story gets to primarily promote their own perspective of events transpired. We must allow multiple storytellers in our curriculum. We must allow our history to include multiple perspectives and experiences, especially as they relate to people of color. Limiting history to a select few perspectives leads to the erasure of experiences others may deem insignificant or not worth telling. When we refuse to include historical events, race-related or otherwise, we not only commit an injustice in the pursuit of truth and historical transparency, but we deny how they had lasting effects that echo even in our current society. Police brutality, incarceration, social economic disparities, violence against minorities, and other concerning flight of our nation can all be traced back to events in our history. Discussing said events tend to make people uncomfortable.
Tejinder, I'm sorry, but that is your 3 minutes. I'm sorry, your 3 minutes.
It's okay.
Are up.
WSD just needs to adopt the resolution. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have next?
Our excuse me. Our next request for public comment is from Nakiba Gregory. Nakiba, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. I do have a couple of things I want to talk about. So if I run out of time, we'll just do it again. This is classified week. And I just wanted to let you know that I have been very upset about how one of our subs have been treated. We have Kamlesh Dutt, who is a classified sub that has been with us since April of 2017. She has worked with us till the present, so that's over 4 years. She has worked mainly as a sub. She keeps applying for permanent status, but has not gotten it. She has been working in mod severe SDC from the beginning, and she is amazing.
Nakiba, can I have you hold on just 1 second?
Sure.
Can I have you hold on with just 1 second?
Sure.
If you have a complaint about
It's not a complaint about
staff treatment.
No,
if it's a complaint about any staff member, can you please put it in writing and
it's not a complaint about a staff member.
Okay.
Okay, it's not.
Okay.
I'm telling you how amazing she is. I'm telling you that this is a woman that I am so incredibly impressed with. I have seen her work with so many different kids, and this mod severe, that she is able to handle things with such grace that you would not believe. You know, DJ also was just amazing. She speaks 5 different languages: Hindi, English, Punjab, Urdu, and Spanish. And she has not gotten a permanent status. I think that we should show respect and appreciation to our quality staff. If we have amazing subs, we should promote them to permanent status if they desire that. We don't want to lose these good people to another district. And that's what's going to happen if we don't value them and give them the treatment that they deserve. She also did not get the 25% increase in COVID pay. And even if she was a sub, I really think that she deserved it for the work that she did. So Nakiba, that was what I wanted to say.
That is an HR issue. I know. Okay, I appreciate that, and I don't want to get involved in that, but I just want to say it's an HR issue. If you'd like to discuss something that's non-HR related, please go ahead. I appreciate you singing her praises. That's great. That's awesome.
I just wish other people could see how amazing she is. Do I have time to do my next one? Or because I've
1 minute. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. 1 minute. So I want to talk about Norma Gonzalez. She is so incredibly professional and honest, unbiased, fair, and just. She is truly a quality and a good person. And she always looked at everything as a win-win, and she was so easy to work with. She took HR to another level of professionalism, and I wish that we could have done something to be able to keep her. I hope that she was compensated or given a great bonus for all the extra work that she did. And if we were ever to need a consultant to improve, come into our district, I would recommend her as an amazing person, because she increased positive relationships and created opportunities and appreciated employees in an amazing way. So I'm so sad that we're losing her. And I think that she was a blessing for our district.
Thank you, Nakiba. And may I remind everybody, if we're going to talk about anybody and a personnel matter that has to do with, even kind words, but mentioning, doing bonuses or anything salary related, that is still a personnel matter. So let's try and keep it focused on saying, if you want to say great things about them, that's awesome. We love to hear it. All right, moving on.
All right, our next public comment request. Sorry, I think there's a little bit of a lag on the audio. Our next request for public comment is from Gerald O'Connor. Gerald, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gerald O'Connor, and for the last 13 years, I've been the social science department chair at River City High School. And I'd like to speak on Mr. Knapp's proposed resolution dealing with the teaching of race in history social science classes. Each day, with every lesson, history teachers bear witness. The question for us as history teachers is, whose witness shall we include in addition to our own as individual teachers? And we bear witness not only to what has happened in the past, but also to our shared reality in the present. Those two ideas, past and present, are not entirely distinguishable or mutually exclusive concepts, at least with regard to the study of history. For as James Baldwin said, history is not merely something to be read, and it does not refer merely or even principally to the past. On the contrary, the great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it within us, are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways. And history is literally present in all that we do. Could scarcely be otherwise, since it is to history that we owe our frames of reference, our identities, and our aspirations. And it is with great pain and terror that one begins to realize this. In great pain and terror, one begins to assess the history which has placed one where one is and formed one's point of view. In great pain and terror, because thereafter, one enters into battle with that historical creation, oneself, and attempts to recreate oneself according to a principle more humane and more liberating. One begins the attempt to achieve a level of personal maturity and freedom which robs history of its tyrannical power and also changes history. We as educators must be more than simply willing to accommodate that change. It is our obligation as teachers to face the reality of our present and our past because they are inextricably linked. Not everything that is faced can be changed, Baldwin reminded us, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. I ask that you adopt a resolution in support of an educational commitment to a principled instruction on race and its relationship to our national history. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Do we have any more public comments, Ordos?
We have a couple more, but there's 4 specific items coming up on the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, this is general public comment. Seeing and hearing no more under general public comment. We are going to move down to M. There is no public hearings. We are going to now skip to Q1 ahead of N. So Q1 is, let me see, Q1, oh yeah. Q1 is request to approve the regularly scheduled board, oh no, that's O1, I'm sorry. That's Q, my bad. Okay. The approval of the employment agreement between the Washington Unified School District and Kamalijit Panu for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources commencing on June 1st, 2021 and terminating on June 30th, 2024. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. Yes, it is. I would like to present to you our candidate for the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, Mr. Kamaljeet Panu. And I believe he is attending our meeting. And so, Mr. Panu, if you could turn on your camera, it would be great to have at least put a face to a name. And as we, just to give a little background, in March, the district advertised the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources position, and we received 27 applications. 8 of the 27 qualified for initial interview. Initial interviews were held on April 15th, and the panel for the first round of interviews consisted of cabinet members, 3 site administrators, the CSEA president, and a member from WSTA's executive board. Out of the 8 applicants interviewed, 3 were moved forward to the second round of interviews, which were held on April 16, 2021. The panel for the second round of interviews consisted of executive cabinet members. A recommendation is being made tonight for approval of the employment agreement between the Washington Unified School District and Kamaljeet Panu for the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. And what we're being asked today is that the board is taking action to approve the employment agreement effective June 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. With Kamaljeet Panu for the position of Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. Government Code Section 54953 states in pertinent part, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive as defined in subdivision D of section 3511.1 during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. The following is the required verbal summary of the employment agreement. The annual salary shall be $176,329.49 per year, and the district's contribution to health and welfare benefits is either $7,262.80 or $11,333.32 per year. The agreement also provides for payment of the Association of California School Administrators and School Employees Association of California. The approximate cost of these memberships is $3,000 per year. The agreement also provides for payment of $300 per month for automobile expenses. And if Mr. Panu is on camera, yes, we see you. Welcome. Let me give a little highlight before Mr. Panu says a few words. He's coming to us currently as an assistant superintendent in the Thomas Unified. He has spent his career in education at all levels. As a teacher and administrator, he has worked in the Sacramento City Unified School District and also the San Juan Unified School District. He has received wonderful references that focus on the work that he does in tapping into bringing out the best in people. That's definitely what we need in HR, is a people person. He's focused on results, looking at things through an equity lens, a thoughtful, ethical leader. He's adaptable and flexible, and he has strong interpersonal connections. So we believe that Mr. Panu will be a great addition to wonderful Washington Unified School District. So before we move forward, Mr. Panu, do you want to say a few words?
Absolutely. Thank you. President Pizzotti, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, staff, and community. I'm very excited about the opportunity of joining Washington Unified's team. I'm looking forward to continuing the great work and collaboration that has obviously been articulated several times this evening complimenting Norma Gonzalez's work. Continuing those relationships with our labor partners is vital to helping move our district work forward for our students and our community. I've met Norma about a month ago, and any conversation I've had with her in this short amount of time has been amazing, collaborative, utmost professional that I've interacted with. So she has definitely laid a strong foundation for me to take that opportunity to continue the work.
Thank you. Thank you. We're looking forward to having you join the team in the next few weeks. And with that, President Pizzotti.
I motion to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by motion by Vice President Wong, second by Clerk Venegas. Since we actually didn't ask if there was any public comment on this item, we should do that as a formality. Is there any public comment on this item?
Not on this particular item, no.
Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote. We'll go with Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Mr. Panu, it is a pleasure to welcome you on board, and we look forward to great things. You have some tremendous shoes to fill. As you know, we have much love for Assistant Superintendent Norma Gonzalez, and there's great work to still ahead for us, and we think that you'll be a great asset to the board and to the district. So we welcome you, and we are looking forward to working collaboratively with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Moving back to let me go up here. Get my back in my place here. Okay, now N1 presentation by Yolo County Moms Demand Action regarding school safety and safety storage of firearms. Presentation by Karen Zanato, membership lead for Yolo County Moms Demand Action.
Thank you.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Superintendent Hildreth and members of the board for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Karen Zanato, and I'm the membership lead for Yolo County Moms Demand Action, as well as the mother of 2 kids in the district. Let's see, so am I able to share my slides? Okay. Great, thank you. After I tell you where our nation stands and what we consider a gun violence epidemic, I'll share some simple ways that we as a community can work together to reduce gun violence. At the next slide. Here are some sobering statistics. In the US, firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens. Sadly, 15,000 children and teens are shot and killed or wounded, and approximately 3 million are exposed to gun violence each year. You can see a statistic on this slide about how Black children are disproportionately impacted by gun violence, but that is also true of Latino children and teens, who are 3 times more likely to be killed by gun homicide than their white peers. The next slide. When children in America are killed with guns, the majority of those deaths, 58% of them, are homicides. That's more than 1,800 children per year. Additionally, more than 1,100 children die each year by firearm suicide, and over 100 are unintentionally shot and killed. Often, those are children that found an adult's gun around the home and shot either themselves or another child. Next slide, please. We know that approximately 4.6 million children in the US live in a household with at least one loaded, unlocked gun. What's more, we know that in incidents of gunfire on school grounds, up to 80% of shooters under the age of 18 obtain the guns they used from their home or the homes of relatives or friends. When school shootings and mass shootings typically make national headlines, the reality is that for children under the age of 13, gun homicides most frequently occur in the home. And one study showed that nearly 90% of unintentional shooting deaths and injuries among children under the age of 15 occurred in the home. Next slide, please. What's more, responsible gun owners can significantly reduce gun violence. Safe storage makes it harder for the 17% of high school students that considered gun suicide in the last year to follow through with it. Keep in mind that 90% of gun suicides end in death, while only 4% of suicide attempts end in death across all methods. To be clear, keeping guns out of the hands of children and teens saves lives. Most gun owners want to be responsible, so I'm here today to talk about what all of us, gun owners and non-gun owners alike, can do to make sure children don't have unsupervised access to guns. It's time for us to be smart. The Be Smart campaign is founded on 3 basic principles. First, we all want kids to grow up happy and healthy. 2, we each have the right to make responsible decisions about how to protect our homes, families, and communities, including whether or not to have a gun in our home. And third, if we can prevent even one child gun death, it is our responsibility to do so. When we talk about Be Smart, SMART is an acronym. Let's start with S, which is where we are asking you to partner with us at Moms Demand Action by approving the safe storage resolution. S stands for Secure Your Guns in Homes and Vehicles. 13 million households with children contain at least one gun. The majority of children in gun-owning households know where that gun is stored. So what do I mean by securing guns? Guns should be stored locked and unloaded, with ammunition stored separately. Hiding a gun is not securing a gun. Unsecured guns also contribute to the staggering number of guns stolen each year. So storing a gun in a glove compartment or underneath the car seat is not considered secure storage. Some commonly used secure storage practices include using cable lock, lockbox, or firearm safe, as well as storing firearms unloaded with the ammunition stored separately. I have been in contact with Taylor Nelson at the West Sacramento Police Department, who confirmed that they have gun locks available for community members. Right now, you can reach out to her directly to get them, but as soon as the lobby of the police department is open again, you can just walk right in. Approving the safe storage resolution and sending a letter home with the annual registration packet will go a long way toward educating the families in our district that not only is safe storage the right thing to do, it is the law in California. So next, M is model responsible behavior. It is always an adult's responsibility to prevent unauthorized access to guns, not a curious child's responsibility to avoid guns. Talk to your kids about gun safety, but remember that's a precaution, not a guarantee. One study found that children who go through a week-long gun safety training are just as likely as children with no training to approach or play with a handgun if they find one. That's why you need to ask about firearms in other homes your child visits, the A in SMART. This can be awkward at first, but certainly worth the effort when the consequences could be deadly. Recognizing the role of guns in suicide is the R. And I talked about this in the previous slide. Access to a gun can mean the difference between life and death. And finally, T, tell others about secure storage and be smart. So once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. First, we're going to check to see if there's any public comment on this.
Yes, we do have one public comment request on this particular item. It's from, there's only a first name for Ruth. I suspect I know who it is, but Ruth, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, Trustees, Superintendent. Oh.
Ruth, I think we lost you for a second. Are you still there?
Good evening. Can you hear me, Yorga?
Yes, we can hear you.
And yes, it is me, Ruth Pagano-Turn. Good evening, Board President, Vice President, trustees, superintendent, staff, cabinet, and public. My name is Ruth Pagano-Turn, and I am a gun violence survivor. Almost 22 years ago, my teenage boyfriend broke into my home with a loaded firearm. He died by suicide with that firearm shortly thereafter. He was in my bedroom, and it was my 18th birthday. My boyfriend gained access to the loaded firearm from an unsecured area in his own home. It was his father's gun, and again, it was fully loaded. His name is Wes, and his death was preventable. To reiterate, this tragedy and many others, most significantly other children's deaths, are preventable. This is why I joined Moms Demand Action and the Everytown Survivor Network, and why I have chosen to speak now. Through hard work and grit, through survival and ultimately activism, and through education and sharing our stories, we can save lives. I feel like tonight, you all can make a difference as well. And I hope that my story also inspires you to continue to fight for gun violence prevention in our community and beyond, and save more lives. Each and every day, especially on my birthday, I will continue to celebrate life, survival, and fight for our collective future, our children's futures. And with community awareness such as the information shared in tonight's presentation, along with the commitment to encourage the mandate of safe storage practices for firearms and ammunition, we are ensuring a greater impact and will undoubtedly save more lives. How powerful is that? Thank you for listening to my story and having the strength and commitment to continue this fight, especially for our children. And thank you, Ms. Donato, for all you are doing as well.
Great.
Thank you, Ruth.
Our next request for public comment is from Anna Domick. Anna, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karen, for the presentation, and thank you, Ruth, for sharing your story. I know that that could be difficult to do, so thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking in support of the school safety and responsible firearm storage resolution that's on the agenda this evening. As an advocate of gun violence prevention and a mother of 2 Washington Unified students, this issue is near and dear to my heart. Since COVID began, firearm sales have skyrocketed. This includes a staggering 40% of gun sales to new and inexperienced users. With more time at home, unintentional deaths of small children has risen by 43%, and the already high number of teenage gun suicides has increased by 9%. Finally, as Karen mentioned, 80% of mass school shootings are done by students or former students whose weapons is an unsecured firearm they obtained from their home or a relative's home. These numbers are heartbreaking, and we can do better. Sending a letter to all Washington Unified parents, like is in this resolution, every year will alert new and existing gun owners to their responsibility under the law. It can help more people understand how to keep kids, theirs, mine, and yours, safer. Your actions tonight just might save a life. I urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We will now bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Vice President Wong.
I just want to thank Moms Demand Action and Ruth for your courage to share your story. It's often just, again, just thank you for just sharing your story and your continued advocacy over the years to make sure that this is top of mind for us. A lot of times I think people think of school shootings when they think of guns, but not the deaths by suicides and other things that are happening. And in many cases, as you pointed out, Karen, it is an equity issue when we think about race equity and what is our part in that, and you're part of that, so I appreciate you highlighting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Can you hear me? I don't know how to talk. Oh, okay. You'll have to show me how to turn this off. I want to thank you. You've been here many times, and it is so appreciated to have a continued partnership to come and advocate and keep this front of mind. So I echo Vice President Wong's comments, and I appreciate this very much. And I think such a key here is the awareness and knowing something as simple as being able to call our PD if you need a gun lock, how simple that can be. And so thank you for this, and you have my full support.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Barnes.
I don't know if you can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I echo the same. I can hear you both.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do
No,
that.
it's okay. The same sentiments as Trustee Kirby Gonzalez and Vice President Wong. As I'm sure I've stated before, I'm from Texas with lots of gun history and unfortunately lots of past negative experience as well. So I appreciate sharing your stories. It's hard to speak on it, and it's hard to hear. So I also fully support the resolution and appreciate you bringing it to mind. When I heard of it, I thought, wow, that's really great. Not something that I have thought of, but I do really appreciate it. So thank you for that.
Can you guys hear me? Because I don't know if, okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing it to the forefront, looking at the, looking at the data and understanding as a Latinx individual myself, knowing that this has played a part, has been part of the upbringing. So I completely empathize with the data, with the stories, but more so stepping up and taking action. Right. So thank you for your bravery, your courage, the story, and the why behind it. Thank you for bringing it to the forefront. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. I just want to say thank you, Karen and Ruth and Anna, for always bringing this to the forefront and having a partnership with the district. It's, it's very, well, it's an issue that really touches my life, as I lost 4 friends to suicide this year, and a gun was used in each case. So I just keep appreciating how often you guys are here and putting forth the message of safe storage and teaching prevention measures. I fully support this resolution, and I just want to say thank you. Your efforts are so appreciated, and keep visiting other school districts and keep bringing it out there. That's how we change. That's how we make change happen. So I really do greatly appreciate everything you've done. Okay.
Can I just say I really appreciate all of you being willing to have us and listen and partner with us. It means a lot, and it's very helpful for us to have you to partner with us to get the word out there. So thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to N2, AB 86 update. Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dan Moisich.
Yes, I believe actually Dr. Hildreth is going to get us started on this one.
Sorry.
So we can get that presented. And
Yes. So thank you, President Pizzotti and trustees. We wanted to honor our commitment that was shared with you by request at a board meeting in March. when we first learned of the funding going to be provided to districts under AB 86. And one of the guidelines is to present a plan of how we can use these additional funds to support our students when they return in the fall. And the plan needs to be approved by the board by June 1st. And so what one of the requests was to bring forth a draft of the plan to get some input and before coming back with what we believe the final option will be. And so this evening, we would like to give you an overview of what we believe the supports that are needed for our students. And a lot of the information that we are sharing is based on the wealth of feedback that our community shared at our reopening town halls and our feedback sessions with staff. So grateful for the participation, and we will be sharing the report of all of our 14 town halls at our next meeting. So again, this is to give you an overview, get your welcome your questions. If there's any items that you would like us to consider and give additional thought to, we welcome that feedback. Next slide. We want to give you an overview of the funding that we're receiving, just the fiscal requirements, what needs to be in the plan, and an overview of the supplemental instruction and some of the support strategies that we are bringing forward this evening. Next slide. We spent a lot of time at our town halls and at our budget study session last week going over Assembly Bill 86. So this is just a brief reminder that it's two parts. There are two parts to AB 86, the in-person instruction portion and the expanded learning opportunity grants. And school districts were given that we are receiving the funding because we know there's no shortage of challenges in respect to safely returning our students. The influx of funds requires us to think very carefully about the decisions that we make and ensure that these decisions will advance, expand, and accelerate learning, and also think about the long-term sustainability of what we do, because these funds are restricted and one-time money. And so we want to establish a true student-centric framework, which includes all of our dollars and aligns to our local control accountability plan, or our LCAP. We want to make sure that it integrates the input of our stakeholders. And we know that as we allocate funding, as we see the impacts of how we're using that funding, there might be changes that we make throughout the year. Next slide. So this slide gives an overview of what the funding for the in-person instruction grant allows. And what we wanted to really highlight here is the amount under this particular portion of the grant. So the IPI portion is $2,456,515. And again, it provides, allows us to provide in-person instruction, COVID testing, anything for sanitation, PPE. We can use some on salaries for certificated and classified to extend services, and social and mental health support. Next slide. The second part of the AB 86 grant is our expanded learning opportunity portion, and that allocation is $371,202. And this funding really supports accelerating the progress for our students, extending the instructional time. That's why we have so many additional options for summer school this year, how we're going to expand technology on our campuses, which will expand it in the community, the professional development, the support for our high school students, and again, mental health services, and making sure that we're using the funds for in-person and a portion for paraprofessionals. Next slide. We want to make sure we're highlighting the fiscal requirements, that 85% of this funding for the ELO portion is to provide in-person services, and 15% is to improve services for students with distance learning. So that's how we get our 100%. But overall, 10% of the funding must be used to hire paraprofessionals to provide supplemental instruction support, with a priority for seeing if we can have full-time paraprofessionals to assist our students. Next slide. We estimate that about approximately 14% of this grant will be for paraprofessionals, and we're prioritizing support for our English learner students and our students with disabilities. And so we're looking in hiring additional full-time paraprofessionals or adding additional hours to our paraprofessionals currently working to support our students. We want to use this funding for additional training and to ensure that our paraprofessionals also have the technology they need to be able to provide the support for our students. Next slide, please. The plan has 4 components that we will highlight. We have to describe how stakeholders were involved in the development of the plan, how parents are going to be informed of the opportunities that we'll be able to provide with this funding, how we're going to assess students, and making sure that we describe the supplemental instruction and support we're providing. Next slide. So focusing on that first part of the plan is how stakeholders were informed. In the spring, we had our town halls, 14 in all, because we wanted to make sure that we're using that information to prioritize where our supports will go. So we had 6 parent feedback forums, including 1 was in Spanish. We had 2 forums for classified staff, 3 forums for our teachers or certificated staff, and 3 forums for our students, focusing on a group for each grade level, elementary, middle, and high school. Next slide. And so I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Stan Moisich, to share information about the rest of the plan and the descriptions that we are highlighting. Mr. Moisich?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hildreth. And some of the things that we want to highlight here from this year, we've just learned how important our parent school connections are. And we've learned that we can do so many more valuable things for our education, for our students, by working together with parents, not just to inform parents, but the key will be to engage parents. That's where we truly get the benefits that we need for this community. So in order to inform parents about the strategies and the work we'll be doing with students going into next year, we will continue to ask questions, continue to query either through survey or questionnaires to find out from parents, do they feel welcome, valued? Do they feel accepted, connected to the school? We'll use these findings to develop training and planning time for our staff to react to these to this information. And we just want to initiate and have continued two-way communication between schools and parents to just make sure parents know when and how to support classroom activities. Again, it's that engagement piece. It's not just information. We've also learned this year that parent universities can be very successful. We've had a number of parent universities this year. We've always had those, although I'll say that this year we've had a greater number. We've seen the benefit of them, And we think these trainings and information sessions will be very helpful to support the needs of parents and guardians at each and every individual school site. Because we know every school site has its own community. So we can have different types of parent universities at different school sites depending on the needs of that school site. Next slide, please. As we look to implementing these strategies to the benefit of our students, we've always had a common understanding at Washington Unified, which states by name and by need. So we're going to use our already established MTSS or multi-tiered systems of support, our professional learning community processes to identify the needs of students, meet with those students and their families, set goals, and monitor the progress ongoingly. Some of the key data points that we will use as key indicators to determine the progress students are making are below listed, but are not limited to just these, of course, on the screen. Next slide. This kind of just takes you through the process of how it typically works when we look at students who may need intervention or extra support. At the beginning of the year, and actually this year, we were already starting this process with students at the end of the year, moving forward to the beginning of the year. But by the beginning of the year, assessments and screening will be done for all students K-8, and site level MTSS teams will monitor students. They will set individual student goals, and plans will be generated for each student, just determining what intervention services might be necessary and reflective on their specific areas of need. Goals will be provided to parents prior to the first report card distribution based on those goals, and that will be generated each quarter thereafter. Progress will be monitored with ongoing assessments, and we'll modify as necessary, and hopefully we're going to be seeing progress so that it's not the same plan over and over again. We also plan to have site admin share this with Ed Services on a quarterly basis, where we're going to evaluate the data of students who are in need of intervention and what progress is being made. Okay, next slide. The fourth component is to provide supplemental instruction support, and what that part is actually divided up itself into 7 strategy areas defined in the plan requirements section. As a reminder, the district is not required to implement each of the 7 strategies. Rather, the district is supposed to work collaboratively with its community to identify the strategies that will be implemented. So Dr. Hildreth talked about the town halls that we just had, and in those town halls, several factors were identified as more key than others or more priority. So we are definitely, we took notes, and we are using that data to determine our next steps. Okay, next slide. And the first strategy is about extending learning time. And you already know that we have been making plans toward this. We're conducting a summer boost at all our K-8 sites. We will also be putting together a virtual acceleration program for students who cannot come to in-person during this summer, but want to gain access to material so they can practice and improve. We are also looking to next year in ways to extend the learning time. And so we are looking to put forward time at intersession, possibly at winter break, spring break, Thanksgiving break, other times of the year. And that would be a K-12 component. We're also looking to develop a Saturday school model where we could bring in students to gain extra extended time. After-school programs have always been a part of Washington Unified. However, we're definitely going to be increasing the amount of those. We could be seeing some of those in this summer as well. We're definitely reaching out with our partners in the city of West Sacramento to look at what other types of programs we can build. They're not just academic. They're also deal with social emotional support, enrichment activities, things like Mad Science, Flex Academies, Sports for Learning, the city of West Sacramento, just to name a few. We are also currently looking at a Spanish tutorial program. So those are just some of the things. They're virtual and in person that we're looking to add. So these are what we would call external agencies that could help us and support us as we try to extend time for our students. We are looking at how to develop more mentoring and peer tutoring with our students, looking at how we can bring older students at the high school to work with younger students. We've done some work with this in the past. We had kind of a buddy system that we'd put together. This would extend past just school hours. This could be also something that could be used after school or before school in some cases. And so we see these two as being very important things that could really not just be an academic support, but something that could enrich our whole community. Next slide. Another strategy is to add learning supports, and that's kind of broken up in 3 areas by itself. And so extra tutoring or one-on-one or small group learning supports. We're looking to upgrade and increase our FEV tutoring capacity. We've had this tool in the district the past year. We've had it limited to students who we thought or were targeted to needing support. We're planning on opening up that this summer and into next year for everyone on grades 3 through up that would like to have this service. Of course, it's 24/7 and it's online. That's one of the benefits of this. And we've always had after and before school we've had after school interventions. We're also looking at possible before school interventions in some cases, depending on what the family needs are. But we're looking to boost and upgrade the amount of interventions that we've done for students in the past. Dr. Hildreth already spoke to paraeducator support as being a big part of the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant, and a big part of our tutoring and one-on-one small group learning supports would be deploying paraeducators to the places where our students are in most need. In addition, we're looking at learning recovery programs and materials designed to accelerate student academic proficiency. So some different instructional technology programs that we could use. Some of that probably would require upgrades with hardware. So that would be a significant thing that could boost what our teachers are already doing in the classroom. And of course, training. And when we talk about training, we're not talking about just the teachers or certificated. We're talking about classified staff, substitutes, and parents. So this training would be definitely expanded beyond what we've done in the past to include more parts of our whole West Sacramento, Washington Unified family. Next slide. We have to recognize that some of our students have additional barriers, and part of this grant would increase our outreach personnel, including having a dedicated outreach to our homeless and foster youth. We've not had a dedicated person. We've had a person who works directly with homeless and foster youth, but this person would just be dedicated to that component and not have other component responsibilities. We are looking to increase our social worker personnel. These positions are currently available and being posted. Parent University, we spoke about that earlier. We think that communication with families is going to be very critical in limiting barriers. In addition, there could be materials or educational supplies that we may need to supply for our homeless or foster care families. And this year, we've had quite an increase in our English learner newcomer population. So we're looking at ways to have better English learner newcomer support. Next slide. Technology was a big factor this year, and we know we have a strong component of instructional technology leaders at every school site, so we definitely want to boost that capability, that capacity for our district. Virtual Academy is something we've already talked about as being a new development for our district. These funds could definitely help support that. And other technology hardware improvements as well. We've talked about Chromebooks that have built-in hotspots into them, Wi-Fi external access points that could be outside of the school site, supplying technology for our paraeducators, including Chromebooks, and classroom LCD monitors that could be deployed in the classroom that makes teaching easier. Naturally, a lot of these strategies all integrate with one another. But of course, progress monitoring is going to be very critical because it's not going to be done in one day. It's not going to be done in a month. This is something that's going to be ongoing. So our PLC, our professional learning community, our MTSS, our multiple tiered systems of support, that's all about looking at students, assessing students, finding out what their needs are, and then making a plan so that those students can be successful. That's an ongoing process. We've had that process in the district. However, with these funds, we can now expand upon that process and do it better than we've ever done it before. Credit recovery is also, there is provisions for credit recovery in the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant. That's something that we've already invested a lot of funds for. This could allow for additional investment. In addition, one of our best methods now for academic screening is our iReady assessments, and which we could also further boost. And of course, our unit assessments that our teachers give to students post teaching certain units. Again, we talked a lot about training, training our capacity to better do multiple tiered systems of support, working with students for trauma-informed practice, working with homeless students. So some of our teachers have indicated that they need more training in these areas. We've also talked about parent training to help better engage our community with our schools. Mentoring. It's easier said than done. People use the term a lot, but there does need to be a lot of work and training on how to do this in the most effective manner. Some of the classroom general academic professional development that we have been looking to add and greatly increase are grading for equity, trauma-informed support, standards-aligned learning, academic acceleration, ELD strategies, inclusion, guided reading, instructional technology, and AVID. Obviously, some of these things you've already know that we've been using in our district. But again, this grant will help us expand and accelerate the effectiveness of these strategies. Classified staff training, substitute teachers, parent community training, paraeducator professional development, all those things are things that we've talked about, but we have never maximized the amount of training that we've done for all those groups. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for us. This is just a little breakdown of kind of the things I described in, this is estimated right now breakdown. So as Dr. Hildreth alluded to earlier, we know that this type of grant is something that will adjust as we see what the needs, as the needs come up, or because COVID is fluid, there could be other things that come up that we're not aware of. But this kind of gives you a percentage of where our greatest, where most of what we're dedicating the funds for at the moment, although we're still breaking down the data and the input that we got from our town hall meetings and the analysis that we've been provided. This is just our best thinking right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Morsich. Let's see, before we go to board questions and comments, do we have any public comments?
We do. We do have one request from Nakiba Gregory. Nakiba, your microphone is on.
Great.
And you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We got you, Nakiba. Thank you.
Okay, great. All of those comments that you guys made about what our plans are and how we're going to spend the money and help our students are wonderful. All of those are great, but I still feel like there is an area that we're not thinking about for our students that I would like to propose that we do like a pilot program to see if it can help our students. There are those kids that don't like school and they don't like any of their classes. They don't fit in and they have serious absences. They may have generational trauma, difficult home lives, too far behind, or at risk for failure. They can't focus, they're unorganized, don't turn in their work, severe ADHD, they're easily frustrated, shut down, refuse to seek help. You can offer them help, they will not accept it. The failure creates poor self-esteem, and it, being a 15 to 18-year-old, it just opens up an area for like crime, drugs, unemployment, and suicide. And if they fail, they can go to YOLO. And we try to help them at YOLO, but a lot of them don't succeed there either, and they'll drop out. Or they can continue until they're 18. And then after they're 18, they can get a high school equivalency exam or a GED. But why do these students have to fail before they can get an alternate pathway? Students 15 to 16 to 17 can take the test, but they cannot receive the GED until they're 18. Why don't we help these students when we know they're on this track? Why let them fail? Why force them to be someone that they're not? Why make them wait? We could teach them to pass the test, get them to get out of the cycle, get them to a test prep while they're 15 to 17, if we know that they're in that pathway. And then they can stay in our district, take CTE classes or classes that they're interested in, get them into an internship or some jobs. Instead of letting them fail first, then we help them. We could increase attendance if we were to do this, and if they were not forced to take classes that they didn't want to take, and take classes that are going to help them in getting a job later on, but they've already been prepared for the high school equivalency or GED, I think that they would follow through more. And I know this from a personal, unfortunately, being a teacher, to me, education is everything. I love learning. My whole house is full of books. All I do is focus on education. My son is a different story. He has never liked school. He completely shuts down when it comes to school, and we have tried everything to help him, but he absolutely refuses. And he's not the only one. We know a lot of kids that are like this. Now, my son will research topics online. He takes classes from Skill Success, and he is like learning different languages, does all these incredible things, but he will not do anything for school. So I'd like for us to pilot a program that's like this.
We have 3 minutes. Thank you. We appreciate your comments, Nikiba.
Thank you.
Okay. No more public comments. I will bring it back to the board. Let's start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. No? Yes?
Okay. Thank you so much for this presentation, all of the thought that has gone into this work. I think that the listening sessions, the feedback forums were really incredible, and I'm so glad that we have that to guide this. Some of the ones that just got me teary-eyed were the listening sessions with our kids telling us what they want, very frank, and gave just really valuable feedback, as did the teachers. Those were 2 of the listening sessions that I was on that were just so powerful, with really good insight into how we can to support our kids. So thank you for this, and thank you for gathering all of that to help inform this work. One piece I'll bring up, and I think that the PD, so going into the professional development, this is a really exciting time where we can use some of this money for PD that can have a lasting impact beyond 1 year. And so the trauma informed, I was so happy to hear about, as well as many of the others. And what I didn't see on that list that I would encourage you to think about adding, and I know that we've had in the past, and I believe that President Pizzotti had brought it up as well, was some of the dyslexia PD, so that our teachers, that's an area where our credentialing programs and just historically education has been behind, really, I think, the research and the work of meeting the needs of children with dyslexia. And I know that we have many families who look outside of our district for support. I think that that's a place where the district had started doing some PD, and we can continue to possibly build on that. So that is one place I would recommend. And then I was excited to see the EL newcomer support. And it made me think as well, as we look at ways to get really creative of, can we partner that maybe with our adult ed or with a parenting? Can we bring the parents in if it's an after school, or depending on what this looks like, are there ways to also bring in the families so that they can learn alongside one another and know how to support one another? And that would be something that I would be interested in seeing if we could do. And I think that those were my main pieces for that. The SEV tutoring, and I don't have firsthand experience with it. If our students, let's say, are not taking advantage of it the way we think they might, and it's going underutilized, what does that look like in terms of our contract? Do we still pay the full amount? Do we monitor how much it's being used? Can you maybe speak to that?
Sure. So we do monitor the hours that are being used, and we only pay for the hours that are used.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Then I think that those are my only comments for now, and I'm excited to continue to see how the listening sessions inform this work.
Well, thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. I was going to ask about dyslexia training as well, so I appreciate that's one thing I can cross off my list of questions to ask. Trustee Barnes?
Hear me? I didn't have a ton. I appreciate it. Oh, you can or cannot?
It's
have a lot of feedback.
a lot of feedback.
But you can't hear me now, right?
No. Try it again.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And no feedback. Okay, so thank you for the presentation, the update. I think my only questions were with the assessments. I was just curious, we talked about assessments, what kind of assessments? I know that we probably have a whole slew of them, so maybe we don't need to list them all, but if we assess them in the beginning of the year and kind of define goals, would that be by classroom teachers? Are we thinking like we'll do platforms to assess and then set goals and reassess? What are our thoughts there?
So they're a little bit of both. There are a lot of assessments. We do a lot of assessments. So what we're looking at is also like our students at grade level, where they are on the standards at grade level, so we can adjust things. In an earlier age, we're even looking at their general literacy and ability. We're also needing to develop a social emotional screener. So that's something that the district has had in the past. However, a number of our staff have let me know that they feel like that was inadequate or needs to be moved on. So part of what we would want to do is develop something that our staff feels is appropriate, and do that early in the school year as well. So those are some things that are diagnostic in nature,
Mm-hmm.
but ongoingly, every time the unit is taught by every, class by grade, they're assessing to see where the students are, how they're doing. And of course, every day, our staff are observing students and making recommendations based on what they see. The idea would be that, in our schedule, we have a weekly Wednesday that's built in for professional learning time.
Mhm.
And the idea would be that our staff already do this, but we're wanting to do it better. We're wanting to make this a better system going forward. But that they would use either the data or their observations to talk within grade level and analyze how students are doing, and basically just answer the question, how are our students doing? And from there, they make a plan. And so that would be something that goes ongoingly throughout the year on a weekly basis even. And so that's and then of course the bigger picture is there's the site principals taking that data and working with my team at Ed Services to analyze how are things progressing. So that kind of gives you, hopefully that gives you kind of a little bit of a picture of how it goes.
Yeah, I like that there's kind of a combination there, and it sounds like it's sort of still developing, which I think is congruent with COVID. And then those were just things that I liked. I liked a lot of things, so I won't waste a lot of time. I'm also looking forward to the professional development and the lasting impact that can have. I think that's going to be really great for our district. I like the dedicated outreach to homeless and foster youth. It would be really cool if we could kind of get the community involved in that too. I think that's important. Are the technology hardware improvements, are these all definitely things that we're going to do, even classroom LCD monitors?
I would not say definitely.
Okay.
So some of these items, there are other funds that we'll be using through the district to leverage our purchases of technology. So there are things that we've planned to do with our technology, even prior to these funds. For example, last year, we talked about, we made a move to go one-on-one with our Chromebook purchases. However, these funds have given us added leverage so that we could save other funds to use for other things. So it's given us opportunities to maybe do some things with technology that we weren't able to do in the classroom before. But it's not, I would not take it for granted that we were just going to do these things. These funds are going to help us get some access to hardware that we would not have had otherwise. But again, it's about improving the learning is how we're looking at it. Mm-hmm. So if we can get tools that will improve the ability of our students to learn, then we're going to do the best we can to get those.
Great. And my final thought along the same lines is, I know it's great to have the money for all of the technical things, and I think those are really wonderful things. I want to be sure we don't move away from like I haven't been much on campus at the high school because COVID, but I know that we have some opportunity for some different like technical training for the high school students, and I don't want to misspeak and say that we have or don't have certain programs, so I won't say that yet, but thinking along the lines of like workshop, what was it called? Like agriculture stuff, woodworking things, technical. I know there's actually a course that I took in high school. What'd you say? CTE courses, yeah. And then, the learning to, whether it's learning to work on cars or whether it's anything that would require a technical, certification at the high school. It would be great to have something like that or an area like that dedicated on campus. And I like the focus on the IT piece of it and the technical, the computer piece of it, but then I just want to be sure that we also, since we might have some funding, incorporate that other sort of CT training. And I can come back with better, more specific.
No, thank you for that. I want to add, one of the things that Dr. Hildreth had mentioned is that this aligns with our LCAP. And so one of the things when we do give you an LCAP update, which will be coming very soon, you'll see that a lot of that talks about career pathways,
yes,
which do support our CTE. And there's a lot of grants that actually we have in the district that already are doing that too. So, part of the trick of this whole process is to, because these are one-time funds, is to look at boost what we already have and how can we expand and accelerate on it. That's kind of one of the tricks of this. So you'll be seeing CTE and a lot of the stuff coming up here within the next month. And so, but all those classes will also benefit from these trainings and things that we're talking about. So it's across the board, K-12.
Perfect. Thank you. And that's all. Thank you for.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Clerk Vinik.
First off, great job on that presentation. Stan, you did an incredible job. Thank you for bringing all that to the forefront. the first focus I'm going to go on is professional development. Any professional development to do around equity. I do want to mention or encourage that we do include all staff on campus, certified, classified bus drivers, campus monitors, that we really invest in seeing the lens from all of our staff. And I would go as far as to say our students starting to receive some of that training, so we can have, I know different districts in California have already initiated the idea of making it a whole equity day with youth, with our, with our high schoolers especially. So just really, leading with it and starting to discover what it means to a student when they hear equity. What does it mean? What does it look like? What does it feel like on campus? I would definitely encourage that we include all when we're talking about, especially professional development around equity, that we really invest in that. Second would be how we use this opportunity of technology to really support our migrant families. I know we had already brought that up, and just get really creative on how we can, as individual, I mentioned this before, growing up, missing a month and a half of school was a regular thing. So coming back, from Mexico around February, March, you already knew summer school was was just part of the process. So just, I know it just seemed like a normacy. It was just normal, but learning loss has been happening, right? And now that we find ourselves in this situation, is how do we use our technology and how do we use funding to really be innovative when it comes to supporting our migrant families? That would be the second thing. And third thing would be, I know a lot of our seniors and juniors with work permits that are looking for potentially some employment, maybe not having a car, but having now a laptop, now having access to Wi-Fi, opportunities, to whether it's mentorship, whether it's tutoring, whether it's, us being creative in how they can use what they have to potentially make income and make impact at the same time. Especially with one times money, if we're talking about our seniors graduating and moving on, it could be the whether it's an initiative to get us going, and who knows with an initiative like that, how much we're really supporting families, right? I mean, we're hitting different areas with thinking about our seniors in that way. And to the point that I forgot the name of the public comment, but a lot of our seniors that are, disengaged or not necessarily finding their sense of belonging. How can we go above and beyond and be creative with the the blessing of the funding that we have? So those would be my three areas, especially because as our seniors, some of them may need employment but not have access to a vehicle or transportation. Is maybe we can even also create some transportation if they're thinking about tutoring or supporting in our elementary sites or something like that, how we can even support with that piece. So just really getting creative and being bold about it. That's all for me.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments. Thank you to staff for working hard on putting this presentation together. After our budget study session, it's very much reflective of the conversation. Excited that you all are starting to hire after that. And so, unlike prior years, we're actually going to receive more money in May revise, and super excited about the opportunity to kind of build out on, some of the highlights I shared with the board and others is that we're going to get an additional, because we are a concentration grant, billions of extra dollars actually for after school and ACES essentially programs to think about what that looks like for us. And that's ongoing. Will build to ongoing funds. In addition to that, there will be also $3 billion in community schools grants. And something that I know Dr. Hildreth has shared before, what does that look like for us? Something that we might consider given kind of the high needs issue of our students coming back. And just, I'm going to throw that out there. I don't even know if the possibility, but I'm going to dream big, right? School-based health centers, right? So the idea of whether or not we can, that's something that we can facilitate. If we can't, it wasn't in the Measure Z grant, but per se. But if there's buildings and spaces on the high school to actually consider, outreaching and partnering with the county and others to have a school-based health center. Because as students, a lot of times it's hard to get to certain places, and if it's on campus, then it's more accessible. Healthcare and well-being is more accessible. So, in addition to everything that we talked about on the budget, I'm just going to throw that out there as a consideration, as a possibility, as California and our school district in West Sacramento across all city, county, and school districts. We're all receiving some money about how to become more holistic about whole child interventions, right, that are beyond education. So thank you again for incorporating all of this from our budget study session. I mean, I'm actually looking forward to what the future is going to look like for us.
Great, thank you, Vice President Wong. I would just like to start off my comments by saying that I'd like to echo Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez's comments again about dyslexia PD. Everybody knows it's pretty near and dear to my heart, but it's also very near and dear to many parents' hearts right now. So I just wish that we can, pay some pretty close attention to this issue and see if we can find some funding for that. That would be awesome. I saw in the presentation there was Wi-Fi external access points in that. Can you give a little bit more definition of that? Because I think that could be, just a bullet on that could be misconstrued in different ways. So.
Sure. Basically, it's having community students being able to access the internet in places that are outside of school times or outside of school spaces. So, for example, you may have heard, us at some points during some of our in some of our brainstorming sessions, we've talked about the fact that some of our community members cannot get on the internet from their locations, and what could we do to bring possible internet access to those areas. So part of that could be having something in the community. Sometimes it could be just as simple as having something outside the school in the parking lot area, or some other space that's designated within the school outside of your typical classroom access. So that's kind of what we're talking about there. So external from the normal places where we hook up to the internet within our school system, which is in our classrooms or our buildings.
Okay. So effectively extending it outside the buildings of the classroom. So Wi-Fi at a school, basically to cover the entirety of the school area. I get you. Okay, thank you very much.
And even possibly outside of the perimeter of the school.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. That's good to know. Something I just kind of I want to make sure that as we've developed this plan, I've heard comments from many community members and emails and so forth that we're not going to be eligible for the maximum complement of funds. I'm just wondering, have we heard whether or not this meets the criteria?
Yes, we just followed up just to make sure, because we know as part of the AB 86 conversations, there was the need to ensure that we are getting funding to the greatest extent possible. That was language that was throughout the bill. And so because we did start prior to April 1st, that was the deadline. We started prior to April 1st. We were in hybrid, and so we did have in-person and virtual. Our Director of Fiscal Services, Kylie Lane, did check, and we will not be penalized in any way. So we are going to get the full complement of the funding that is needed to support our students.
Thank you so much. That's great news, and it's great to hear. I just want to make sure that was very clear for everyone. We will make the maximum or receive the maximum allotment of our funding. So that's great news. With that,
can I add one more comment, President Pizzotti? Sorry to interrupt. Two of the trustees mentioned dyslexia as part of the training, and so I do know that that is something that we, as part of the guided reading, that is part of the training that we're looking to, and we've inquired on having an external trainer build that capacity within our district. So since it was mentioned here tonight, I just wanted to for you to know that that's what that is.
And thank you. I appreciate that, Stan, for you bringing that up, and that makes me very happy to hear. Vice President Wong.
One thing actually I forgot to also mention, talking about our students, and that this has been just something that they've actually raised to us in small group, peer mentors, peer leaders. So when we think of MTSS and incorporating our peers, because I was struck, especially actually by the middle schoolers, about just how dedicated they are and care about their peers. And so if we could institute and implement a a peer mentor model, that would be, I think, lovely. And I think, Stan, you were a principal when you had a successful peer mentoring mediation model that I think that we can actually expand upon.
Thank you for bringing that up, Vice President Wong. That's actually, I did forget to mention that. Anything to supplement the peer mentor program would be phenomenal. I can only speak from personal experience in not having a peer mentor, but there's a high school kid that lives down the street from us, in which my daughter will learn nothing from me. She absolutely will not listen to me when it comes to school. But the minute a high school kid says anything to her, she's like a sponge, right? So somebody that she can look up to, that I think that goes so far for many, many young kids. They absolutely love and listen to, kids that are much older than them, and they love to look up to them. So I'm a big proponent of supplementing the peer mentoring program. So thank you for that. I appreciate that, Vice President Wong. Okay. No, there's no further questions or comments. We will move on to O, Board Governments. 01, request to approve the regularly scheduled board meeting calendar for 2021-2022. Superintendent Hildreth.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. Yes, this is the time of year where we normally bring forward the board calendar for your review. And normally our meetings are on the second and fourth Thursdays of the month. And this allows, we know that we have one meeting in certain months because of just when those meetings fall. But we wanted to bring forth, the original thought was to bring forth an option on first or third, just if there was any consideration to change. However, one of the things prior to bringing this forward, we need to get more information from City Council, because those are the chambers that we use. And so we haven't been able to get that dialogue, and we don't want to approve something that then they might have a meeting, committee meetings or something like that. So my recommendation is for the 21-22 school year, we move forward and keep it on the second and fourth Thursdays. That's something we know that the City Council, the chambers are available for us. And that if we want to consider moving to the first or third, just looking at different times of when we might have one Thursday a month, we could look at it for the 22-23 school year. We just want to make sure we don't impact any of the meeting schedules for the city because they have been such good partners in allowing us to use their facility. So again, that brings us back to really focusing on the Thursdays, the second and fourth Thursday. So if we look at that, the months where we would have one meeting would bring us into July, where we would have that one meeting in July, and we would have one meeting in November because of the Thanksgiving holiday being the fourth Thursday. So that impacts November, and also in December, the winter break schedule impacts the fourth. So we know that with those 2 months of having one meeting, we always have the option, if there's some business that we know we need to handle, we could always call a special board meeting if needed. So just because we only have one, that does not mean we are limited to that. The other month that is a little bit off cycle because of the second and fourth would be in April of 2022, because this the spring break is late in April next year. So in 2022, spring break starts on April 11th. So we would not be able to have a meeting on the 14th because it would be during spring break. So that is what would bring us back to the 28th for that meeting. But again, if we needed to have a meeting either before spring break or a special meeting, we've had them back to back if it's a certain topic that allows us that flexibility. So we wanted to bring forth this for your consideration, and wanted to know if you had any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. I know some months, like the summer months and generally in the winter break, there's been not a ton of work that couldn't be put over until the following board meeting, though it does make for a very long board meeting, the next one. Generally speaking, having only one board meeting during those months has not been terrible. Also, we do in December generally, we had attended the CSBA conference. So concert, yeah, right. So that was something else to consider. Though it's not a board meeting, it's a chance for all of us to get together and get training. So anybody other?
I was just going to move.
Can I just ask one question? Because I wasn't understanding the Wednesday, having it on a Wednesday, November 10th versus Thursday, the 11th. Was there a reason?
Yes,
that I
Veterans
missed
Day
for that?
is usually the 11th. So it happens to fall on Thursday for this year.
Okay, so we'll just have to, since that's different for the public and everyone, make sure that we call that one out specifically when we share. Okay. I'll second your motion.
We have a motion by Vice President Wong and a second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this, Yorgos?
No public comment.
Nope. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go through a roll call vote. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Wong. Aye. And I too vote aye. So that is approved. Moving on to O2, approval and recognition of resolution number 2021-45, school safety and responsible firearms storage. Let me pull that up. Okay. I'm going to put on my glasses for this. Okay. Resolution number 2021-45, school safety and responsible firearm storage. Whereas evidence strongly suggests that secure firearm storage is an essential component to an effective strategy to keep schools and students safe. Whereas an estimated 4.6 million American children live in households with at least one loaded, unlocked firearm. Whereas every year, nearly 350 children under the age of 18 unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. That's roughly one unintentional shooting per day, and 77% of these incidents take place inside a home. Whereas another 590 children die by gun suicide each year, most often using guns belonging to a family member. Whereas incidents of gun violence on school grounds, 79% of active shooters are current students or recent graduates, and 78% of shooters under the age of 18 obtained their guns from their own home, a relative's home, or from friends. Whereas research shows that secure firearm storage practices are associated with up to an 85% reduction in the risk of self-inflicted and unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. Whereas the United States Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center recommends the importance of appropriate storage of weapons because many school attackers used firearms acquired from their homes. Whereas across the country, lawmakers, community members, and local leaders are working together to implement public awareness campaigns such as Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America's Be Smart program, which is endorsed by the National PTA and which encourages secure gun storage practices and highlights the public safety risks of unsecured guns. Whereas keeping students, teachers, and staff safe from the threat of gun violence should be the responsibility of all adult stakeholders at each of our school sites. Whereas state law requires adults to securely store their firearms where a children is likely to gain access to the firearm. Whereas in order to continue with preventative measures to increase student and school safety, we must act now. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent and staff to update the student handbook to include information about parents' legal obligations regarding the secure storage of firearms. Be it further resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent to create an appropriate letter in English and Spanish to parents and guardians that explains the importance of secure gun storage and legal obligations to protect minors from accessing irresponsibly stored guns, to be included in an annual registration materials at each school site, and requiring a signature acknowledging awareness of secure gun storage responsibilities. And finally, be it further resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education and Superintendent will continue to work with local law enforcement agencies, health agencies, and nonprofits to collaborate and increase efforts to inform district parents of their obligations regarding secure storage of firearms in their homes. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 13th day of May 2021 by the following vote. And do we have a motion? Oh, is there a public comment on this, Yorgos?
Not on this one, no. We took it up earlier during the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will move.
I will second.
Moved by me, Moved by me, seconded by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. We'll start with a roll call vote. I vote yes. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
All right, the resolution is adopted. Thank you. Moving on to O2. Oh, no, that's it. O3. Approval and recognition of resolution number 2021-46, Dolores Huerta Day. Yep.
So resolution number 2021-46, Dolores Huerta Day. Whereas on July 18, 2018, Governor Jerry Brown signed Assembly Bill 2644, introduced by Assembly Member Eloise Reyes Gomez, designating April 10th as Dolores Huerta Day, making civil rights leader and community organizer Dolores Huerta the first and only living person to hold this honor. And whereas Assembly Bill 2644 adds section 3722 with 222.20 to the Education Code, stating, on Dolores Huerta Day, all public schools and educational institutions are encouraged to conduct exercises remembering the life of Dolores Huerta, recognizing her accomplishments and familiarizing pupils with the contributions she made to this state. And whereas Dolores C. Huerta was born on April 10th, 1930 in Dawson, New Mexico, the daughter of Alicia St. John Chavez and Juan F. Fernandez. And whereas as a school teacher in Stockton, California, she became conscious of the need for economic justice through seeing her students come to school needing shoes and hungry. And whereas in 1955, Huerta met her mentor, legendary community organizer Fred Ross Sr., and found her calling as an organizer, serving in the leadership of the Stockton Community Service Organization. She set up voter registration drives, pressed local governments for barrio improvements, and founded the Agricultural Workers Association, which became the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, and recruited Lere Itlong, a talented Filipino organizer. And whereas as political director of CSO and the UFW in the 1960s in Sacramento, California, and Washington, D.C., her lobbying efforts secured aid for families with dependent children and disability insurance for farm workers, voting ballots and driver's licenses in Spanish, voter registration reforms in California, and an amnesty for farm workers as part of the Immigration Reform Act in 1986. And whereas Dolores Huerta is a prominent civil rights and labor leader in the United States, as a co-founder with Cesar Chavez of the United Farm Workers of America, and whereas Dolores Huerta organized field strikes, directed UFW boycotts, led farm worker campaigns for political candidates, negotiated the first UFW labor contract, and has played a major role in the American civil rights and labor movement. And whereas in 2002, Dolores Huerta founded the Dolores Huerta Foundation, which recruits and empowers grassroots volunteers to organize and take leadership in low-income communities to advocate on issues in education, health and environment, civic engagement, and economic development. And whereas Dolores Huerta was the first Latina inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in 1993 and served on the Board of Regents of the University of California, she has taught as an adjunct professor at USC and UCLA and has schools named after her in California, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. And whereas in 2012, President Obama presented Dolores Huerta the Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award in the United States. And whereas she authored the chant of Si se puede, which means yes we can, and yes I can, which inspires one to action. And whereas young learners will benefit from having the opportunity to learn more about this leader for social justice and civil rights, empowering them to fight for fair representation, voting rights, and equitable education. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education does hereby adopt a resolution to honor a national civil rights and labor leader in America on or around April 10th, maybe a month later, as Dolores Huerta Day. So be it further resolved that all schools in the Washington Unified School District are encouraged to teach about the life and struggles of Dolores Huerta, the rich history of the Central Valley, and to conduct celebrations honoring the life of Dolores Huerta as a powerful force for social justice and empowerment for all. So passed and adopted by Washington Unified School District Board on this day, 13th day of May, 2021 by the following vote. I don't know if they're public comments, but also just grateful for her service and having spoken to our teachers directly over time. And just, the woman's 91 years old and still going. She's amazing. So just, she's been an amazing mentor to me and others. And so really proud to actually move this resolution forward.
Thank you. First, let me check. Yorgos, do you have any public comments? No public comments.
No public comments.
Is there any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none, we have a motion by Vice President Wong.
I second.
Second by Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Resolution is adopted. Okay, moving on, we have 04, approval and recognition of resolution number 2021-47, National Nurses Week, and May 6th through 12th, and National School Nurses Day, May 12th. And since, yeah, I was just gonna say, I requested this, but I would say if the nurse would like to read it, that's fine. If not, I will pull it up, and I would figure you might. Okay. It's 04. Okay. No problem. Let me blow it up so I can actually see it. All right, resolution number 2021-47, National Nurses Week, May 6th through 12th, and National School Nurses Day, May 12th. Whereas National Nurses Week begins each year on May 6th and ends on May 12th, Florence Nightingale's birthday. Within the week, there are also days designated to certain nurses, like National Student Nurses Day on May 8th, National International Nurses Day on May 12th, and National School Nurses Day, celebrated the Wednesday of Nurses Week, May 12th. And whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we're ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they're at school, and whereas all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs safely met while in the school setting, and whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the essential role school nurses play in student health and academic success, and whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years, and whereas school nurses address the home and community factors, social detriments that impact students' health, and whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the community, to the school community, family, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas school nurses are members of school-based teams, e.g. school health services, 504 IEP, disaster emergency planning, to address the school population, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the week of May 6th through 12th 2021 as National Nurses Week and acknowledges and appreciates all the hard work and dedication nurses have provided to the communities throughout our region and nation. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education celebrates and acknowledges the accomplishments of WSD school nurses and their efforts of meeting the needs of today's students by improving the delivery of healthcare in our schools. The board offers its sincerest gratitude to all school nurses who contribute to our local community by helping students stay healthy in school and ready to learn, and keeping parents and guardians at work, not just on National School Nurses Day, but every opportunity throughout the year. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 13th day of May 2021 by the following vote. Would anyone like to move this? Is there any public comments? No? Okay, thank you, Yorgos. Thank you.
Since I didn't get to read it, I've been working a little bit with some of the nurses here because I am a nurse myself. And thank you for all you've done, especially during this time. It's been difficult. You've had to transition, and while we have evolved a lot over the last years, this year has been an especially difficult one, and I know it's not easy. It's been a little scary, and getting really close to people who could be sick with something that could make you really sick is a very scary thing. So thank you for all you do and putting yourselves out there in keeping our kids safe and in school and healthy.
Thank you very much, Trustee Barnes. And as somebody who represents nurses and works with them every day, I just want to say, thank you to the nurses everywhere. The last year, they've put themselves in harm's way and, have had to treat people with COVID. And they did this at great peril to themselves. And many times they got sick themselves with this virus. And so I just can't say how much we, the board, thank you for all your efforts, especially for school nurses and what they do. So with that, would you like to move?
Yes, I will move.
And I will second. We'll start with Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Resolution is adopted. Okay, moving on. We have now gone to the consent agenda. Jackie, would you like to make a motion to move past 10 o'clock? It's 9:56.
Would I like to?
Would you like to? I know.
Probably move to this vote and see how close it is.
Okay.
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Minus P11, is that what it was?
Which P10, which has already been removed.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, with the motion and a second, let's start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes. Aye. All right. Consent agenda is adopted. Let's go down to action items. Okay. We already dispensed with Q1. Q2 approval, what's that? Oh.
4 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Q2 approval of AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining agreements with the California School Employees Association for 2021-22. Norma Gonzalez.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, community, and colleagues. So this evening, as was mentioned, we have reached a tentative agreement with CSCA. And as a part of that requirement and the County Office of Education having fiscal oversight of any type of transaction that would involve any fiscal impacts. What this process is called is under the AB 1200. And with that said, the documents are attached, and based on the tentative agreement with CSEA, the fiscal impact of that negotiations equates to $584,034. And we seek your approval to move this forward for our county office under this AB 1200 requirement.
I move if there aren't any questions.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Well, you want me to make a motion to extend past 10?
Yeah, please do that.
I made the motion. No second? Okay.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion by Vice President Wong, second by Clerk Venegas to extend past 10 o'clock. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Barely. Vice President Wong?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes, thank you. I just wanted to check with something you said, Norma. You said the number was 584,000?
Based on this report, right, for the fiscal impact for the attached AB 1200 is $584,034.
Okay. So it says on the agenda, the financial impact is 518,000. I just wanted to make sure that we're clear. Go ahead, Kylie.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I did do a revision. So the original one that I did put up, actually, the AB 1200 is only what impacts the Fund 1. So my very first one was the impact of all funds. So I did do a revision.
Thank you, Kylie.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
I appreciate it.
All right. Is there any public comment, Yorgos? Seeing and hearing none. Do we have any public comments or board comments?
Thank you for your hard work, and I move.
Motion by Vice President Wong.
I second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. And I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
The measure is adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Q3, approval of the purchases of Chromebooks for the 2021-22 school year. Interim Associate Superintendent of Administrative Services, Norma Gonzalez.
Great, thank you. And for this item and the next, we do have Director of Technology, Brian Briggs, who will give a little bit of context as well as more information regarding these action items.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, good evening, President Pizzati.
There he is.
Hey there, I'm board
The resident DJ.
That would be me.
Podcasts.
Yeah. Yes, seeking approval of the purchase of these Chromebooks. What this would do right now we have 3 different models of Chromebooks in our circulation. Some of them are coming end of life soon. So with the purchase of these 3,200 here, we'll put all of our Chromebooks on the same model and the same edition as we move forward and put us on that refresh cycle that we were shooting for before I got here. So now that we'll have a level playing field with all of these same model of Chromebooks, we can move forward on our refresh cycle of every year we would refresh for the 3rd grade and 8th grades as we move forward. And then that will cycle through instead of doing this crunch that we've been in the last year. Because of pandemic, we were kind of rushed to do that. And the fundings for this would come from our ESSER 2 funds that are coming up. So it wouldn't be out of our tech budget.
Thank you. That was going to be my question was, can these be out of ESSER 2? And thank you. Yorgos, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none. Is there any board questions?
No, thank you, Brian. I move.
That'll way, Vice President Wong. I like that.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Wong, second by Trustee Barnes. Now, this is finely oiled machine here. Vice President Wong.
When I move things, aye.
Things move.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Measure is adopted. Okay. Q4 is the approval of the district office network upgrade equipment purchase. Norma Gonzalez is interim associate superintendent of administrative services, and Brian Briggs.
I'll go ahead on this one again. Yeah. Yes, the approval of the this is part of our E-rate process. And so this portion is, again, not covered by E-rate because we do not have students on the district office. And we'd like to move on this now just because we know technology is back ordered, but also to have the district office in place, we can create a template for each of the school sites. So when we do install the network upgrade, we can just take that template and the transfer process will go smoother at each school site. And then this too, the funding will come out of ESSER 2 funding also.
Great, thank you, Brian. I appreciate your podcast voice there. Yorgos, any public comments? Seeing and hearing none. Board comments? Motions?
Thank you. I move.
I second.
Count on you. Motion by Vice President Wong, second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye, and I wonder if we have to continue roll call votes when we're all in person because it takes us forever. So something to look at now that we're in person. Maybe we can go back to our old ways. I'm supported, yes, but also roll call votes take a long time.
Fair enough.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Barnes, aye. Clerk Venegas, aye. Vice President Wong, aye. And I too vote aye. Okay. That's great. Let's move on to Q5. The request approval of the modified high school graduation requirements for 2020-2021 school year. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services.
Thank you, President Pizzotti and all the trustees. In addition to myself, I have the principals of Washington Middle College High School, Sean O'Neill, principal of Yolo High School, or director of Yolo Education Center and director of special programs, Dr. Jay Burns, and principal of our comprehensive high school, River City High School, Brittany Billingsley. They're with me on this as well. So you could just pretend they're standing up here with me right now. So they'll be available for a technical discussion. So due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, students have experienced significant challenges in receiving the instructional support needed to succeed and recover credits that would have been possible during normal conditions. In the 1920 school year, grading and high school graduation requirements set forth in board policy 6146.1 for students attending a high school were waived to be reflective of the state of California's graduation requirements. In the current year, Washington Unified School District high school students were in virtual learning from March of 2020 through March 25th to 2021. As a result, many of our students who are in the most need of intervention support have had difficulty recovering credits with the same effectiveness prior to COVID-19. Therefore, leaving a larger number of seniors than typically is the case in need of significant credit recovery. In order to remedy the number of seniors needing to recover credits, high school staff have attempted numerous interventions. Unfortunately, despite interventions attempted, approximately 51 seniors spread across River City, Washington Middle College, and Yolo High Schools will not have the required credits to graduate in accordance with the existing board of approved graduation criteria, which exceeds the minimum criteria established by the California Department of Education, but could earn the credits required to graduate pursuant to the minimum criteria set by the California Department of Education. School districts have the authority to adjust board policies related to graduation requirements in order to provide flexibility for students during these unprecedented times. Folsom Cordova, San Juan, Delta, and Twin Rivers school districts have adjusted their board policies to lower graduation requirements for this year. The recommendation is to support Washington Unified senior students by modifying the required number of credits for graduation to be reflective of the state of California minimum requirements.
All right. Do we have any public comments, Yorgos? Seeing and hearing none. Do we have any board questions or comments?
I do.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Thank you. So my question would be, I want to be cognizant of making sure that our students, wherever they go, are prepared. And so would there be a way that maybe the summer boost or our FEV tutoring, could any of those still be accessible for our students? Do you think that that's a need that they may have as they get ready to prepare for this next step, whether it's entering the workforce, whether it is, we know our college promise, our students can go right into a two-year college. I'm a proud two-year college former student, and I just want to make sure that they're prepared for that and that we're sending them to be successful.
Yes. So all our students in high school have access to the credit recovery summer components that are being offered this year. So they are being offered at Yolo High School and at River City High School, so students can participate within those programs if they're able. In addition, I think it's very important to point out the major difference between the CDE requirements and our regular district requirements is primarily not just the number of credits, which are typically tied up with mostly electives. But the biggest difference is instead of having 4 years of English required, as it is in our Yolo or River City High School, the CDE requires only 3 years. We require 3 years of math, the CDE requires 2. All the other academic core components are the exact same.
Okay, thank you.
No, I mean, I know that it's a unique year with the pandemic and we were moving towards A through G, as an equity issue. I just want to make sure that I'm assuming those who are headed to four-year colleges that require A through G will still be eligible because they've already kind of completed the closer to A through G requirements.
That is true.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So I'm okay with it for this year, but just be cognizant that we don't stay here and that we keep our high standards and ensure that, again, as part of equity, I think we have to put increasing A through G access for many of our students. So I want to put that out there.
I will. I can't hear you, Board President Pizzotti.
I'd just say I'd agree with the comments already made. The question I had was, when we looked at the numbers, I believe the numbers rose from 91% to 97% at River City High School. My question is, there's that additional remaining 3% that this move would still not help them get to graduation. Do we know, did a deeper dive into the remaining 3% to find out what supports they would have needed or need to get them to this point? I just want to make sure that everybody's ready and they've received the proper supports and additional help that they needed to get to the point where they could graduate.
Yeah, I think Principal Brittany Billingsley's on the call, and I think she's probably better able to give you a better technical answer for that.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. We have been working on our seniors since the beginning of the school year, and we have been giving in-depth intervention. And the seniors that you speak of that are not graduating are already have a plan to either be a fifth-year senior or to move to adult ed because of possibly the IEP process and some other circumstances. So every single senior has a plan who would not fit into this particular graduation time.
Okay. Thank you. That actually helps my understanding of this. And I greatly appreciate that. Any further questions? Anyone? Okay. With that, do we have a motion? Moved by Clerk Venegas.
I second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right. The resolution is, or motion is, resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Okay. Q6, adoption of resolution 2021-44 for the terms and authorization of the sale and issuance of Measure Z bonds. Norma Gonzalez, Interim Associate Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Yes, good evening again. There's a lot of information, and I'm sure you've seen several of the attachments with regard to the this resolution to authorize the district to issue the first series of bonds from November 2020 Measure Z election, which would be the Series A bonds. With that, I do and would like to introduce the attorney from Parker Covert, Stacy Toledo, and she is present. I see her there. To walk through the documents that are attached. And thank you for all of that hard work. And also Blake Beam, our district municipal financial advisor, is on hand to answer any questions, any additional questions after Stacy presents. So with that, I see Stacy on board.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and thank you to the board members and Dr. Hildreth. And I know it's late and you would like to move forward with the item, so I will try to be brief. But if you do have any questions, I can provide more information or you can follow up with district staff. And I know you've been well informed on this, the Series A bonds from Ms. Gonzalez and her team, and also from the KNN team. So you have before you resolution number 2021-44 for consideration, which would authorize the district to issue the first series of bonds, the Series A bonds from the Measure Z election. And by the way, congratulations on that election. And so those bonds would be, they'd be authorized to be sold to an underwriter that would be selected via a competitive bid process. The resolution also establishes a not to exceed issuance amount of $60 million for this first series. And also the resolution approves the various documents that you have in your packet in draft form and authorizes district staff to work with our office and the KNN folks, and then also the underwriter to complete the information and to finalize those documents and to have appropriate district staff execute those documents. And also at Exhibit A of the resolution, that is required by the government code to provide some good faith estimates related to the costs of the bonds. So that is the resolution, and that's what you would be asked, the board would be asked to approve this evening. And I'll just briefly go through the various documents in the packet. So the first one would be the paying agent agreement, and that's an agreement between the district and, in this case, the Bank of New York Mellon Trust Company. And that would provide instructions essentially to the paying agent about how to make the principal and interest payments to the bondholders and gives terms and conditions of the bonds. And also explains when those bonds could possibly be refinanced in the future. And also the paying agent agreement at the Exhibit A is what the form of the actual bond would look like, and included in the form of the bond or in the bond would also be the opinion of our office saying that those bonds are valid, they've been issued in a valid manner, and that the interest is tax exempt from federal income tax and state income tax. And then the next set of draft documents in your packet would be documents related to the sale, the notice of intention to sell bonds, which would be published in a financial newspaper. And then there's also the official notice of sale, which we're hoping to post tomorrow, which would give information to prospective bidders about when the sale is, how to submit your bid, the criteria for bidding, and that information. And so that will be posted. The goal is to have that posted tomorrow. And then the next document and related to the sale would be something that would be executed on the day of the sale, which right now is scheduled for May 20th. And so once that winning underwriter is determined with the help of K&N, then our office would ask Dr. Hildreth to sign the award of bonds, awarding the bonds to the winning underwriter. And then let's see what else. We have also a continuing disclosure certificate. So that's just providing information to the district about what their obligations are with respect to these Series A bonds and the obligations that the district has to continually inform the marketplace about the financial condition of the district once those bonds are issued. And probably most importantly for the board would be the preliminary official statement, and the district staff has worked very hard to help me complete the information in that about the district. So that's the offering document that contains material information for an investor to make an informed decision about whether or not to purchase the bonds. And the version of the preliminary official statement, or POS, that's in your packet was, well, it's still in draft form, and we hope to post that tomorrow as well. And but since you've received that document in your packet, there have been some additional information. So some of it was just cleanup things. Another thing is that we were able to add the rating from Moody's. We've also added the amount of bonds that the district can issue moving forward altogether. And also updated a little bit about COVID-19 and how in-person or returning to campus occurred this past February and March. And we added a brief biography of Dr. Hildreth now that she's on board. And also we were able to, the district was able to provide various updates and data on things like enrollment, ADA, charter schools, labor relations, as Ms. Gonzalez talked about earlier during the board meeting, and other items that pertain to the district. So if the board is interested in seeing an updated preliminary official statement, our office can provide that to district staff and they can distribute it to you. But as I mentioned, all the updates were primarily from district staff. So I would think that most of the district and the board are probably familiar with most of that information. And let me see if there's anything else. I think really that's it. Just in terms of next steps, like I mentioned, there'll be a sale on May 20th. And then following that sale, we'll update the preliminary official statement and make a final official statement and make that available to investors. And then finally, we'll coordinate with the district staff to collect signatures from Board President Pizzotti and Dr. Hildreth to close the deal on, I believe we're scheduled for June 3rd, 2021. So that is it. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Do we have any others who are making comments, Norma?
Don't believe so. I believe Mr. Beam was available. Should you have any questions, any additional questions?
Okay.
And yes.
Huh? Did somebody say something? No? Okay. It's 10:20 and I'm getting punchy. I'm sorry. I have a question quickly about, does the resolution need to be read? Stacy, is that something
I don't
legally
think
that
so.
needs to be
It
done?
was in the board packet, so I believe it was available to everybody via the agenda that was
I just
posted.
want to make sure that we follow proper procedure on this. Just want to make sure.
To be honest, I wouldn't want you to read all of this. It's quite extensive.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's like 6 pages long, so I'm happy
Really?
not reading
Really?
it. So 8 pages long, sorry. I'm happy not
Perhaps
reading
someone had to read a 12-page resolution
Right.
one.
No, I'm cool not reading it. That's fine. But it was regarding this last time. That's why I asked, because former President Jackson had to read roughly 12. He had to read a book on the initial bond. So with that, any comments, questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, do we have a motion?
I second.
Moved by Clerk Venegas, second by Vice President Wong. Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stacy. And thank you, Norma. P10. We're on to, now I got to go back up. Way to go, sir. All right. P10 is approval of the agreement between Fortune School of Education and Washington Unified School District. Norma Gonzalez, Interim Associate Superintendent, Administrative Services. Sarah, do you want to just ask your questions?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. And so I only have two questions. One, have we used before Fortune School of Education to recruit for credentialing in the past? And I guess that's my first question.
Yes, I believe we have. It's a renewal.
Okay. And then on our site, do teachers and principals have the choice of working with student teachers from, well, now they call them, I'm getting my language mixed up, it's too late, but anyways, cooperating teachers from Sacramento State, UC Davis, or Fortune? How does it work in terms of where placements are made and how they're chosen? Because I know we've worked with our local universities as well.
Yeah, we have about 12 universities, both public and private, that we partner with for different purposes, either to serve as intern teachers or student teachers, or actually to even work through clearing their credentials. So oftentimes they are communicated, and they communicate with staff in HR or our induction coordinator, Rahele Atabaki, or the principals themselves. So as far as specifically how they're assigned, I would have to get some more information on which sites work directly with the schools or which ones work with the HR. So I don't know exactly how they go through each of the programs or the universities, but I can get more information for you on that.
Okay. Well, I'm supportive of moving this forward tonight, but for the future, maybe working with Rahele, I think it would be important to know, to get feedback from us, from who are the programs, because our teachers who are working with student teachers, our principals, they know who are programs that they really want to bring onto campus and are working well, and where we can strengthen partnerships. So I will move for this tonight, but with the intention that next year we get more information before renewing.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. And Clerk Venegas votes aye.
Thank you.
So that measure is adopted. We are now on to board and superintendent comments. Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. I really want to just highlight some of the great things that have been happening over the past 2 weeks, starting with thanking our bargaining teams, our WSTA bargaining team members, along with WUSD bargaining team members. It was many extended days into the night of really working together to have an agreement, and I'm just really grateful for the level of collaboration and the willingness to work together. It's not something that happens in every district, where the relationships that we have with WSTA and CSEA allow us to have agreements that are in the best interest of our employees, and allows us to continue to focus on great support for students. So I wanted to highlight and say thank you. I also want to highlight that as we've heard this evening, all of the celebrations that happened in May in terms of how we celebrated our teachers by sending out a little swag bag with a lanyard and some masks and a little treat. We're doing the same for our classified staff. As Christy highlighted, the incredible work of our nurses, just helping us to provide not only safe environments, but health information and just follow up for our students, families, and staff. And, you know, it's the little things that we can do to let people know that we appreciate their work. And so I hope everyone enjoyed the little goodies, and we've gotten a lot of the mask I'm wearing. This is the mask that we gave to all of our certificated and classified staff. We also started our own Binex Now training, our rapid COVID-19 antigen testing for, we've always been able to have testing available for staff, but our new program allows us to focus on having students test. And testing for our students, it's optional. We ask all families to register if this is something that they're interested in. The Binax Now tests are self-administered. Our nurses and health aides have received training. It's quick, a 15-minute turnaround time. And we started some small scale testing at River City High School and Westfield Village. And we're going to be having future dates announced for all schools with those, a focus on Wednesdays, but options of testing on other days as well. We really have been advocating at all levels to increase vaccine availability in West Sacramento. And so we're thrilled that we have vaccine clinics in Yolo County this week in at Holy Cross Church. You can go to Woodland, you can go to Davis, but starting next week, you can there will actually be clinics at our own schools. The Pfizer vaccine is going to be available for students age 12 to 15. And we have updated on our district website information about vaccines, about student testing. So really trying to provide that resource or hub for not only our families, but our community knows that if you want to get information, please visit our website. It is not for us. It really is information for you. And our virtual academy, just want to highlight that we are in full-fledged enrollment time. We've been having work groups, we've been having parent meetings, and right now our student enrollment is at 98. So we are almost hitting that 100 student mark. So we're very excited. And the more we are out, I was at a meeting at Westmore Oaks, and parents wanted to know more about it. So it really is exciting. And please visit the webpage that gives you information about our virtual academy. And then lastly, as Doug Knepp shared, we're really working to support our WSTA partners with the virtual paint night. It's high school benefiting high school scholarships. So if you can attend, please do, or know that you can always just donate. Shouting out Mr. Dickey at Elkhorn Village. That was an amazing ABC 10 profile that we all viewed. It's so good to have wonderful teachers in our system. And I would be remiss if I did not also say how thankful I am to have had the opportunity to work with our interim Associate Superintendent of Administrative Services, Norma Gonzalez. Her knowledge and professionalism is like none other. She has been an amazing partner for me, acclimating to the district, getting to make sure that our HR processes are running smooth, even during the middle of a pandemic. She has maintained high quality relationships with our bargaining members, and she also is just a caring individual and a great team member. So Norma, we are going to miss you. I'm going to miss you, but I have your cell phone number, so you cannot get rid of me in terms of if I have any questions. I know that I can count on you, and I just thank you for being such a wonderful support and helping me to transition into Washington Unified. That's it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Okay. Thank you. And I appreciated hearing more about the testing and vaccines. Very exciting. And thank you to Trustee Barnes for all of her work as well, getting that going. And I did the test on my girls, just so people know they are not invasive. You know, they're just, the kids can do it themselves. If anybody got tested, COVID tested, you know, months ago, and they have a reaction to it, this is very different. And so I'm very excited about that. And it's going to be a really important piece for our community and our schools. And I want to give a shout out to the drive-through at River City High School. It was incredible to see and talk to all of our kids coming through with their families and hearing where they're going. Some are going right into the Air Force. Some are, many are going through, are taking advantage of the community college program, where we have free community college in our West Sac Promise. We have students who are going to UCLA. We have students who are going to UC Davis and Sac State, just all over. And a few that are going to barber school. And it was just a really great opportunity to lean my head in with my mask and talk to kids as they were driving through and hear what they're doing, because it was a nice change to have, to get to see them face to face. So thanks everybody for working hard on that. I had a great visit at Stonegate. Thank you to Principal Rob Patterson. We went around and she already has ideas for how she can utilize her outdoor spaces in all of those quads. And so I'm excited about being able to utilize the COVID dollars, as we talked about, and combining it with learning opportunities that educators have been wanting to do for a long time. So that was exciting. And I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Salas at Westmore Oaks. I was driving by, as I do often, to check out Fallbrook campus and see all the great progress on it. And I got talking to a neighbor who has a foster child who was overflowed. And he said, oh, I'd really like him to go back to this school. And when I got home, I emailed over Westmore Oaks and said, I hope I gave the right directions to this parent. And you know what? He walked over, asked for a description of the house, knocked on the door, gave his cell phone number, and got it all taken care of. So that is really our community. That is our staff here in Washington Unified, adults who really go the extra mile for our kids. And it was very much appreciated. And then seeing, again, outdoor spaces utilized. Dr. Biffy go out under a tree reading to students, and I'm seeing that on our campuses all over. The way that everyone on campus has gotten involved with our kids to welcome them onto campus and off has been really exciting. You know, to see the librarian out waving to kids, and part of it was for necessity to get our kids on campus and off safely. But it's been really nice and a good feeling to see everybody out there. Tonight, we accepted a donation from the Marshke family, and it must be Steve Marshke, right, with the News Ledger. And I was actually thinking about him a lot the past few weeks, because he ran the News Ledger and he interviewed us, and he would come to our board meetings and hold the board accountable, hold city council accountable, and give our community accurate, transparent information, and just such a gem of a human. And this has been a year where there has been just a real void, I think, with the news ledger. I see the Davis Enterprise covering their board meetings and sharing what's happening. And I miss that local transparency with the fact checking and the accountability. And so I just want to acknowledge him tonight as we take that donation from his family, that what a gift he was for our community, and very much missed. And I think this year more than ever, we've really wanted to have accurate reporting of what's happening in our community. And then assistant, you've worn many hats here, Norma Gonzalez, and had many seemingly impossible asks this year. It's been a challenging year, and you've had critical roles. And I want to thank you for all that you've done. All of our employees benefit, all of our children have benefited, our families have benefited from your work here. And it's incredible to think of how much you've done in really a short amount of time. And so we have been blessed to know you and work with you, and Washington Unified is better because of you. So I'm wishing you good luck, and I'm going to miss you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barnes.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm loving the sense of community in the way the board meeting started off. So I also wanted to say thank you to Doug and Daniel for both recognizing each other, as we've had recognition of lots of and celebration of lots of our staff in May. This is why I joined the board. I love this community, and I love lifting each other up. I think it's very important. And so thank you both for that. And congratulations to all of our graduates. Super exciting. My kids are little, so I don't know a lot of you, but I'm so excited to see you off after this crazy year. And I hope and wish you all very well in your new adventures post-COVID. I hope that you all get back out there, socialize, and make all of your dreams come true. So congratulations, and I wish you all very well. I'm excited for the VAPA concert starting again in May. And I also appreciate the comments on recognizing the dialogue and need for a language surrounding race issues. I think that's another step forward in helping our community lift each other up and just be real and encourage and just really become closer and understand each other better. And the paint night, I love that it's in Spanish and in English. That's great. So I think that'll be something fun. I miss the days of being able to go and do the, I don't know what they're called, but anyway, I've done them. And then of course, thank you to Norma. I've only been here since January, but I've had a wonderful time getting to know you, and I have so much respect for you. I love the way that you communicate. You're always so professional, very real, and despite the fact that you're a Raiders fan, I think that you're going to do very well in your new position, and I'm really happy for you, and also will miss you very much because I've enjoyed working with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, just thank you all. Thank you all for the hard work. Thank you all for not quitting and not giving up, and continuing. I encourage everybody to, take time to look back at the journey of whether it's 2020 or 2019, or and just what did you learn about yourself through the journey? Because I love seeing the smiles. I love seeing the smiles today. At the same time, I will take the lessons that I personally learned through 2020 to carry me on And I encourage everybody to do the same. I think we're a stronger people because of it, and also just acknowledging that we didn't give up. For those that the work continued, and of course that leads me to Norma, which I can't. There she is. Continue to do the hard work. Continue to do the hard work. It pays off, and you've made an impact here in West Sacramento, and I know that you will continue to make your impact and lead by example. So let's lead by example, and let's lead with love. Thank you all.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Thank you. I was actually going to pass on my comments, but I didn't want to pass up on the opportunity. Norma, thank you for everything, because your reputation precedes you, just so you know, that you always leave a place better than you entered it. And I am just so grateful for everything that you put in place, all the positivity. It's I think in terms of your position, being in HR during this year, during closure, managing all of it, I really do hope that you get a break between now and your next job. I'm excited about where you're going to head. And just like Dr. Hildreth, I know I have your personal cell, so I might hunt you down just because. I can just grab coffee when I'm in the area, because you make us all better for who you are and your steadfast nature and your love of our community. And you know, I know you don't live here, but it always felt like you were rooted here. And so I appreciate you and thank you. Thank you for being you and making us all better in a very, very tough year.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. I would like to start off by thanking the negotiations team for WSD first, because some of them are here in the room with us tonight. Norma, Stan, I just really want you to understand, we know how much you've been working because you've seemingly been in constant negotiations throughout the year. It's like it was a never-ending cycle of negotiations. So first, you have my heartfelt thanks, and I can't tell you enough. As somebody who's done this before, it's a long grind, and it often feels like you're getting nowhere when you actually find a breakthrough, right? So I really do appreciate the hard work you've put in. And then I also want to thank WSTA and CSEA for coming to an agreement and their hard work from both of their teams on reaching agreements that are mutually beneficial to the district and to their members, right? So thank you for all of their hard work. I can't thank you guys enough. And your hard work is appreciated for our kids, because that's who it ultimately impacts. So thank you so much for that. I wanted to say thank you to the district for getting the vaccination day here at one of our campuses and then scheduling some out in the future. I reached out to County Supervisor Venegas, I think it was Monday.
Not promotion, eh? Oh, yeah.
Not Venegas. Villegas, County Supervisor Villegas. That away, Al. You got the bump up easy. County Supervisor Villegas, I think it was on Monday, and asked him, "Hey, can we get a vaccination, at one of our school sites?" And then not more than 5 hours later, I talked to Dr. Hildreth, and she says, "Yeah, we're on that." So it was it was great to hear that the county and the district have been working together on this for some time to try and get this done. And I really appreciate your efforts, because the new CDC guidance that soon we will be able to have fully vaccinated people not wearing a mask, right? So this is an incentive for people to get vaccinated, right? That's an incentive. And so I certainly hope, since WSD, or not WSD, but West Sacramento has one of the lower vaccination rates in our county, that this is an incentive for people to get out there and get vaccinated, and for our families to get out there and get vaccinated. So I certainly hope that's something we can see, and especially keeping the sites at our campuses helps our families a lot. Let's see. I also wanted to say thank you to our nurses and our resident nurse on National Nurses Appreciation Day. It was the 12th, but it's something that's, of course, near and dear to my heart. But, nurses certainly have done a lot, from testing, putting themselves right in the middle of taking tests to everybody, who either didn't know they had it and did, to actually treating COVID patients. So it's a very, nurses are heroes, and I'm grateful for their work that they've done, and they deserve all the recognition. And I wanted to make a quick comment. I've noticed this at Bridgeway Island in the mornings, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Bafico on the smooth operation of the drop-off in the mornings. It is incredible. They use actual volunteers, parent volunteers, to help with the drop-off. And I just noticed it. And the only reason why I'm bringing up Bridgeway is because it's what I've seen, right, just every morning. And I didn't really recognize how the seamless transition of getting your kids in and out of your cars, it takes no more than 10 seconds, and then boom, you're out and you're gone. And that keeps the flow moving very smooth. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate Dr. Bafico and her team, and the use of volunteers to, parent volunteers to get that traffic flowing smoothly. So I did want to say thank you to them. And then, Norma. Norma, I can't tell you how much we've appreciated your work. You've changed the conversation. You've changed the dynamic coming into here in human relations. HR was a different animal before you got here. And the relations with our unions was a different animal before you got here. The dynamic is forever changed because of you. And I want to say thank you to that, to you for that. There's qualities that you possess that are calming, and I think they bring the tone of the dialogue down enough to where people hear each other. And in this day and age, people talk at each other and not to each other. And when you have a conversation with somebody, your calming influence makes it possible to be heard, and you listen to people. And I think that's so very important in the role that you had with our district, because you've changed how the unions conversate back and forth with us and how we conversate back and forth with them. And the thing that I find, most impressive is you find common sense solutions to sometimes very complex problems. And I just can't thank you enough. You are going to be missed tremendously. And Mr. Panu has big shoes to fill. So with that, we have a little card for you. So I'm going to come down here. You can turn on your thing so you can get it back down.
And President Pizzotti, if we could allow Norma to say a few words. Would that
Oh,
be okay?
absolutely, absolutely.
All right, thank
And I wish we were at the chambers, because this is when we would all stand up, give her a big hug, and take a picture with her, and give her a standing ovation, because you truly have.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna literally
There you
cry.
go, Norma.
Oh my God. I'm like gonna cry. Oh my gosh. No, it's to you. It's to you.
You can curtsy.
You are the ones. No, I mean, it's you guys, not me. May I say a few words? Now I'm going to tremble as I
Please,
speak,
can
but
you say a few words?
I definitely want to thank you guys. I had to write it down because I wanted to just have this documented on how grateful I am that I was able to serve the staff, students, and the community in West Sacramento. When I came on board, it was clear that Washington Unified School District was doing great work for our students. I'm forever grateful to former Superintendent Luna for laying a foundation of equity and moving the needle to hire staff that would mirror students that look like me and serve and other ethnicities in our community. And it's not just the ethnic, it's also the inclusion and the diversity, equity, and inclusion I'm so passionate about. So I'm so excited that Dr. Hildreth is going to carry that torch and move it forward. That is so important in these difficult times. So it means a lot to me, and I'm hoping to carry that where I go as the assistant superintendent for the Contra Costa County Office of Education. So I do hope you guys stay in contact with me. You guys all have my numbers. And and Dr. Hildreth, I'm on speed dial. You call me anytime you need anything. I want to thank the strong relationships I've had. I can speak, honestly, I'm just stuttering because I'm just so nervous. But I want to thank the strong relationships I've had with our labor partners. Daniel and Doug are like brothers, as is Stan. That you guys would even tell me I'm like a nagging big sister sometimes. But anyhow, I will miss you guys. I'll miss your teams. You are both all amazing and collaborative leaders while we handled so many matters, and oftentimes with a sense of humor. And I think that would sometimes cut into the issue and help us to resolve issues. The bargaining unit members should be proud of your strong leadership, Doug and Daniel. It's evident by how great our classified and certificated staff work together here to serve our students. I'd like to give a shout out to all the participants, as you've all done, to the bargaining teams, because, and I'm referring to the classified and certificated bargaining teams, the administration as well, because you guys put up with each other. I mean, and times would get really tough. So thank you for the hard work, late nights, you name it, and all the preparation time that goes into it over the weekends. And, you know, I know Stan and I would sometimes even meet during the weekends, or because we're just trying to problem solve and think of a way to bring a deal. And I admire Stan's always positive attitude, because we'd all roll our eyes and say, it's not going to be that easy. But anyhow, I truly admire that, Stan. Business services and team HR, I am so proud of you. You've always been so supportive, gracious, and patient with me when I'd come to you with an idea and or request, and I say that wink, wink, because I've witnessed your growth and I've seen you build your capacity. I've told you individually how much sometimes I'd be not so hard, but I would see that I knew you had the potential and I know you could do it. So you guys are just amazing. So I know that, and I have no doubt that Assistant Superintendents Panu and Stovall will be awesome. I have no doubt in my mind, but of course I'll be a resource to them as well. And then I'd like to express my appreciation to the leadership team, the principals, directors, etc., because you guys have been responsive, simply amazing, and trustees, including former trustees, Preston Jackson and Norma Alcala. They were always both so inclusive and so appreciative, and even commented that thought I was the first Latina in executive cabinet. So I was like, oh, I didn't realize that, but I do know that we're bringing in more diversity to serve the students that we have here. I've always admired you, how professional and gracious you are, just like you've been tonight, and this was amazing. So thank you for trusting me to have served you and this amazing community in this district. Again, privileged that I've had this opportunity, and with that, time flew fast. And granted, I'm starting my new district, actually not district, I'll be serving 18 school districts along with the county office starting Monday, so I'm not getting much of a break. But with that said, muchísimas gracias y que sigan adelante con amor y valor. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Norma. Oh, you're so going to be missed. my goodness. Okay. Well, ouch. We'll move on to future board agenda items. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to the agenda for next time or next few times?
Just briefly, I think that our, families need to maybe have a response on uniforms, because we have a year without uniforms and we used to have uniforms. So if we can just let them know, I know everybody looks for deals on clothes, and so they know
By summer,
what's happening. I don't have a strong opinion either way, but I'd like to know the process, and so we can communicate with our families. And then if when we're in person we still have to do a roll call vote, maybe we can get rid of that. That would I think be more efficient since we're in person. I think it was only through Zoom from legal. Yeah, I think that's important. Okay, that's all for me.
Anyone else? Vice President? No? Okay.
No, I just have two little lobbyists who want to get rid of the uniform.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. Hey, you got more than two. All right. With that said, we have cleared the agenda and this meeting is adjourned.